an exaggeration either, as you'll realize the very first time you try it. Cream wax is perfect for all furniture, for your dining room table and sideboard, for kitchen tables and chairs, and all kinds of white kitchen equipment. Johnson's Cream Wax leaves a hard, smooth wax film for protection. Gives a rich, lustrous, non-oily polish. You probably already use Johnson's paste and liquid wax. Well, now try Johnson's Cream Wax. You'll like it. When Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista looks out the window and sees her normally slow-moving husband running like a deer toward home, she naturally thinks, A, he's put a lighted cigar in his pants pocket again, B, she must be dreaming, or C, it must be somebody else. But no, it's himself, all right. And here he comes as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, where are you? Hey, Molly.
I'm right here, dearie. Don't say another word till you get your breath. I haven't seen you run that fast since the bees took a fancy to your lilac hair tonic.
Yeah, but...
And now, take a few deep breaths. You're too old for those short pants. Now then, dearie, who's chasing you and for what? And do I tell the police you've been here all day?
Look, this is important. I gotta have my coin catalog. Quick, get me my coin catalog. I gotta have it.
All right. It's right there on the bookshelf.
Huh?
Between Tom Swift and his electric rifle and the National Geographic, August 1927.
Hand me to it quick. Thanks. Aha. Ah, baby, I got a small fortune right here in my little fat hands. That's what I got, a small fortune in my little fat. Now, let me see.
You had an offer for your coin catalog? You only paid 30 cents for it.
No. I found a rare coin.
What other kind is there?
I knew that'd get him. This is an 1880 quarter. Must be worth... Now, let me see. 1880. Ah, here we are. $10. Imagine that. This quarter's worth a fast sawbuck. Feast your beautiful blue peepers on that, Snooky. Your blue peepers.
What date did you say?
1880. Look at it.
Well, you must have been carrying it a long time. It now says 1916.
Huh? Let me see that. Oh, my gosh, this is the wrong coin. You know what I did? I bought 8 cigars at Kramer's drugstore and gave him the wrong quarter.
You mean he charges 25 cents for 8 of those smudge pots? I could make better cigars out of corn husks than old carpets.
That ain't the point. The point is I left my $10 quarter down there. Come on, get your hat. I got to go down there and get my quarter back.
Oh, no, you go on, dearie. I can't go. I have so much housework to do here that...
Now, you don't have to worry about the housework, Mrs. McGee, honey. I'll take care of everything. You know, I treat everything in this house just like it was my very own.
Yeah, I know you do, Lena. Yeah, that's some of my wife's Arpace perfume you got on, isn't it?
It sure is, Mr. McGee. You know, I was cleaning her dressing table and happened to spill a little dab right behind my ears.
That's all right, Lena. I hope you put the stopper back in the bottle.
Oh, I did, honey. I was very careful because you got the swellest smelling perfume of any place I ever worked. You know, Mama always told me that you can tell a lady by her perfume and a gentleman by the way he acts when he smells it.
Mr. McGee's in a hurry to go, Lena, because he left a valuable coin down at Kramer's drugstore.
Well, now, you just go down there and get it, Mr. McGee. Goodness me, I know exactly how you feel, because I had an uncle once who collected coins.
Oh, that's a very interesting hobby, Lena.
It was strictly business with him, Mr. McGee. He was a bus driver. Such a handy fella he was. You know, he could open and shut the door, make change, blow the horn, shift gears, scratch his neck, and argue with the customers all at the same time.
I've seen them do it, Lena. I've always
He gets so tired of it. He quit and got married, you know.
I don't blame him, Lena. If I was a bus driver...
Oh, you ought to see him now. Sitting on the front porch, rocking the baby, reading the paper, sprinkling the lawn, peeling potatoes, scratching his neck, and arguing with his wife all at the same time.
Well, if you're going down to Kramer's, McGee, you better get started because somebody might get that quarter.
Oh, you're so right, kiddo. Come on, let's go.
Oh, I don't think I should. The house...
Oh, honey, now you go right along. And while you're down at the drugstore, get Mr. McGee some new razor blades.
I got plenty of razor blades, Lena. I just bought a new
Oh,
package.
they're no good now, Mr. McGee. I used them all up splitting peas for the soup tonight. You know, it's quite a job with those frozen peas. Oh, zippity-doo-dah.
Oh, come on, kid. Let's get going.
I'm ready, McGee.
So you see, Kramer, when I bought those cigars, I gave you that 1880 quarter by mistake. You'll know it when you see it. A very shiny one.
McGee says it's worth...
It's worth a lot to me, Kramer. Sentimental value, you know. Graduation present.
You got a quarter as a graduation present?
It was a lot of money to him then. He was only 6.
You graduated when you were 6, McGee?
From kindergarten. Class president, too. Made the best May baskets of any kid in school. Come on, Kramer. Let's go through the cash register.
All right, McGee.
Boy.
That's all the change in the store, McGee. Take a look through those.
Well, thanks, boy. Nope. 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 Nope.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and I Got a Girl in North and South Dakota.
Oh, no, that's 1889. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Every one of those
That-
quarters
that-
is worth
nope.
$10 now.
Nah, it isn't here.
Have you looked at everyone carefully, dearie?
Oh,
I've been through the whole pile 3 times. I've looked at more uninteresting dates than an Arab on a diet. Hey, Kramer, you give that quarter to somebody in change, did you?
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised, McGee. This is a drugstore, not a piggy bank. Money comes in, money goes out. To me, a quarter is just a round, flat piece of metal worth about 4 cents after overhead and taxes.
Well, it it hasn't been so very long since McGee was in here before, Mr. Kramer. Can you remember who got any quarters in change?
Yeah. Think, Kramer. Think. You're a college man.
Well, just 2 years.
How many customers have you given change to in the last half hour, Mr. Kramer? As the cannibals said when they caught the fat missionary, let's boil it down and see what we've got.
Well, let me see now. Ken Bartlett came in and he bought an ice bag, but he gave me a check. Mr. Wimple bought a Rocket Man comic book, but that was only 10 cents. So, wait a minute. Well, he got $5 changed into quarters. That must be where it went, Mr. Wimple.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple.
What'd he want $5 in quarters for, Kramer?
Well, I don't like to gossip, Mr. McGee, but I think he was going to play the slot machine in the back of Joe's barbershop.
I thought slot machines were illegal in Wistful Vista.
They are. At least a police lieutenant told me they were.
Where'd you see him?
He was playing the slot machine in the back of Joe's.
Well, how long ago did Mr. Wimple leave, Mr. Kramer?
Well, he left just before you came in. He was walking, so possibly you can catch up with him.
Well, I'll say we can. Much obliged, Kramer. Come on, Molly.
There's a taxi cab, dearie.
Swell. Get in, kiddo. Hey, driver. Follow that man.
Right.
No questions asked.
Hey, Mac.
Yes?
What man?
What? Oh, just go to Joe's barbershop, driver.
Okay, babe.
And don't be afraid to go through the red lights, Bud. I got influence.
Mac, I wouldn't push this heap over 30 miles an hour if you was J. Edgar Hoover. My tires is strictly pre-war bubble gum. And I got 3 cylinders, which their mothers ain't heard from them since 1937. And furthermore...
Oh, McGee, there's Mr. Wimple crossing the street. Stop, driver.
Oh.
Stop the car.
Ooh, get them brakes fixed. Hey, Wimp, wait a minute. I want to talk to you. How much, driver?
35 cents, Mac. There's no cover charge on account of the top leaks a little.
Here, driver. Here's 50 cents. Keep the change.
Lady, you're a gentleman.
Ah, success within my grasp. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hey, Wimp, Kramer says he gave you $5 in quarters.
Yes, he did, Mr. McGee.
Let me see them, will you? I got reason to believe my lucky pocket piece is in there with him. An 1880 quarter.
Oh, isn't that too bad?
What?
What do you mean, too bad?
I put all those quarters in the slot machine, Mr. McGee. The whole $5 worth.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, wasn't that a little foolish, Mr. Wimple? You know you can't beat those slot machines. What do you get out of it?
I was doing it for Sweetie Face. That's my big old wife.
Playing the slot machine for Sweetie Face?
Well, I am in a way. Feel my right arm, Mr. McGee.
Huh? Oh, my gosh, Wimp. You got muscles like a handful of steel cables.
You would, too, if you'd yank that slot machine handle down as often as I have, Mr. McGee. It's been expensive exercise, but I'm almost ready.
Almost ready for what, Mr. Wimple?
I'm almost ready for Sweetie Face to start picking on me again. A week ago Sunday, she said, Wallace, you know what day this is? And I said, yes, dear, it's Easter. And she said, yes, and here's a little present for you. And then she gave me such a rabbit punch I couldn't eat anything but carrots all day long.
Look, Wimp, that's all very interesting, but what about my 1880 quarter? You mean I got to go hang around Joe's barbershop and wait till somebody hits the jackpot?
Oh, somebody already did, Mr. McGee.
What?
They did?
Yes. After I put my $5 in, somebody came along with 1 quarter and hit the jackpot. My, was he lucky.
Well, gee whiz, why didn't you say so?
I did.
Who was it?
Harlow Wilcox. He said that he was... Oh, my goodness, look at those 2 go. I wish I could drag my wife around like that.
So when Mr. Wimple told us you would hit the jackpot on the slot machine, Mr. Wilcox, we came right over to see you.
Dump those quarters out on the desk here, Junior, and I'll pick out my 1880 quarter.
Now, look, I've got bad news for you.
Oh, please, Mr. Wilcox, you didn't spend it.
You didn't give it away.
You didn't do any...
No. Let me explain.
Oh.
Here, sit down, Molly. You too, pal.
Oh.
Now, look, you see this folder?
It tells all about Johnson's Car New, the most popular car polish in America.
Yes, it's very pretty,
The
but...
quarter, Junior, my 1880 quarter. You said...
No. Don't rush me. Look at that folder. You see where it tells about how Car New is a liquid car polish that you just apply and let dry to a white powder? And when you wipe it off, it takes the dirt and dust and road grime with it.
But what that got to do with my
Well,
quarter?
I was showing this folder to some people in Joe's barber shop, you see. I explained that Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U, is the easiest known method of cleaning and polishing a car. How it gives your car that showroom shine, that pre-war glitter, that mirror-like beauty.
Yes, but
Just
what...
then, I saw Wallace Wimple walking away from the slot machine. I dropped a quarter in it myself, and bingo, the jackpot.
My quarter, Waxy. Doggone it, give me my quarter.
Well, sir, the jackpot was $31.25, all in quarters. Naturally, I didn't want to carry all that silver around, so Joe gave me folding money for it. I put the money in an envelope and mailed it to the Society for Crippled Children.
You mean,
You haven't got any of them quarters?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's that then. I haven't had such a letdown since my suspenders busted at the junior prom.
Now, wait a minute, McGee. You say there was $31.25 in the jackpot, Mr. Wilcox.
Yep.
That extra quarter now, did you mail that to the...
Say, I forgot that. There was one shiny quarter left over. And by George, I think it was 1880.
Well, where is it? Where is it? Don't just do there and talk. Stand something. I mean,
Well, now, wait a minute. What did I do with that quarter? Oh, I know. I gave it to Doc Gamble. Bought a trout fly from him.
Come on, Molly. Let's go see Doc. Thanks, Waxy. I'd like to see the doctor, nurse. How long's he going to be busy?
I couldn't say, Mr. McGee. He has a full schedule of appointments. I told him you were waiting. However, I must say
Take the medicine as prescribed, Miss Francis Creep, and no matter what it says in magazine articles, don't eat any more dried grass. Come in again Friday. Now, who's next, Miss Dilver Prink?
Hey, can I see you a minute, Doc, old man? It's a very important matter.
Not if there's something more urgent. Is there, Miss Dilver Prink?
I don't believe so, Doctor.
All right, come on in, McGee. Oh, hello there, Molly. Nice to see you. You come in, too.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
Take the leather chair, Molly. It's the only one that isn't patient-sprung. You sit. You sit any way you like, McGee. Nature gave you cushions. Now then, what's on your mind?
Wilcox says you sold him a trout fly for 2 bits, Doc.
Yes, and it's capital gain, too. Medicine's my real business.
Well, he's not interested in your income, Doctor, but he has reason to believe that quarter is one he's been looking for.
Yeah, you see, I gave it to Kramer by mistake for some cigars.
Those cigars you buy are a mistake in the first place. Those aren't exported from Cuba. They're exiled.
But about this quarter, Doctor, we believe that we
Oh,
can...
excuse me. Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
What's that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Willie swallowed a cigarette lighter. Does he seem to be comfortable? Well, then don't worry about it, and I'll be over as soon as I can. But what are you doing in the meantime? Oh, that's right. Goodbye, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
What is she doing in the meantime?
Using matches. Now then, what about this quarter, McGee?
I want it. What did you do with it?
Well, on the way back to my office, I met Mail at Trivia.
Yeah?
I bet him a quarter I'd been out with Fifi Tremaine more times than he had last month. And I lost.
Then the mayor has it now?
No, I don't think so.
Dad, Doc, quit torturing me, will you? I gotta have that quarter. What did Latrivia do with it?
Well, he was on his way to buy some cigarettes when I left him.
And where does he usually buy his cigarettes, Doctor?
At Kramer's drugstore.
Oh, this is preposterous.
The King's Men, and I tipped my hat and slowly rode away.
Had me 2 trusty pistols, had me 2 leather holsters hanging by my side. Had a 2-gated pony till the day matrimony took my bridle and gave me a bride. I was riding down the trail to Santa Fe when I met a pretty gal along the way. I said, ain't we met before? Then she drew her 44. So I tipped my hat and slowly rode, I slowly rode away. I went riding down the trail to Santa tipped my hat and slowly rode away.
Oh, my, it's good to be home again, isn't it, dearie?
You said it. It was a tough chase, kiddo, but brains and perseverance finally won out.
Lady Luck smeared a little lipstick on you, too.
Yeah, I was kind of lucky at that. Look at this quarter, Snooky. 1880. Worth a cool $10.
Yeah. Well, now that you got your quarter again, what are you going to do with it?
I'm going to look up a coin dealer tomorrow and sell it. I'll find one with an honest reputation and buy George.
That's probably an honest coin dealer now.
What?
What's one more coincidence in a day like this?
Come in.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia, do come in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Latrib.
Hello, McGee. I hear you've been having quite a fancy time tracking down an 1880 quarter.
He certainly has, Your Honor. It was strictly e pluribus unum, to phrase a coin.
We were running around town like a couple of dumb beagles after a wise rabbit. Oh, well, but I got it. I finally got it. You see it? An 1882 bit piece worth $10. Gave Kramer a 1916 quarter for it, and he never knew the difference.
I didn't know you were a numismatist, McGee.
Huh?
Oh, no. Now, let's not get into any religious discussions, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't say anything about Never mind. You know, McGee, I had a similar experience to yours one time. When I was in the Coast Guard in the South Pacific, I had a short snorter bill signed by MacArthur and Eisenhower, and I missed it one day.
Oh.
That started a wild goose chase that lasted...
A wild goose chase? Heavenly days. That must have been difficult. Did you chase it in an airplane or something?
Chase what?
The wild goose. I know a guy that lost a diamond stick pin when a crow flew down and picked it out of his necktie once. But a goose stealing money is something I never expected with a bill.
A wild goose had nothing to do with it.
How far did you chase it before you found that out, Mr. Mayor?
I didn't find it out. I mean, it was not an actual goose chase. I merely used wild goose chase as a metaphor.
I learned to signal by metaphor in the Army, Latrib. Had a little trouble with G and W about...
No, that was semaphore, McGee.
Oh, no, it wasn't, kiddo. A semaphore is a kind of a Russian coffee pot.
That's a samovar, McGee.
Don't kid me, boy. I know what a samovar is. It's a code word in the Air Force. Like when they say samovar aircraft are missing.
Well, in any case, dear, your metaphor is just a literary comparison.
Well, so what's so literary about a wild goose? I suppose he's going to try and tell us it read the names on that short snorter bill, or...
I didn't claim any such thing, McGee.
Well, you...
In the first place, there wasn't any wild bill.
But you said...
I mean, the bill I lost was not... When I said a child goose pace...
Oh, now. Now. Take it easy, Your Honor. It's just a friendly conversation.
Relax, boy. Shucks, you fly off the handle like a $2 fishing reel. Now, why don't you try that again and don't drag your feet?
Very well. I started to say that I had a short snorter bill in the South Pacific that was signed by several famous military men.
Yeah?
It was very valuable to me.
Yes, and then a wild goose swooped down and swiped it. Isn't that fascinating?
A wild goose did not swipe down and swoop it.
Huh?
Snoop it.
What?
I said that the snort geezer, the short snapper, this bill I had in the South Pacific, when I said a short snorter gapper, snapped the short garter, caught her in the goose Pacific. It was in the... I didn't say anything. You know. McGee?
Yes?
I
used to collect coins myself.
Did you really, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Did you say, McGee, that you gave Kramer a 1916 quarter for that 1880 quarter?
Sure, why?
That's what I thought you said.
Huh?
If you'll excuse me, I must go downtown. I have some good news for Mr. Kramer. Good day.
What did he mean he had some good news for Mr. Kramer?
Oh, he was just... Hey, wait a minute. Hand me that coin catalog again.
Here.
1912, 1914, 1915, 1916. Here it is. Oh, my gosh, look. Look what it says. 1916 quarter, $60.
What?
Oh, quick, we got to go to Kramer's. He'll be going to the bank.
Here's your hat, dearie. This time you go alone.
Every now and then, I hear of some homemaker who still takes care of her kitchen linoleum the hard way. Yes, actually scrubs it to keep it clean. What have I got against scrubbing? Well, it's plain hard work, for one thing, and it's hard on linoleum. In time, it breaks linoleum down and makes it look ugly. What a different story when you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Then your linoleum not only has a smooth, bright shine at all times, it keeps its youth and beauty many years longer. You see, glow coat gives your floors a hard wax finish. This wax shield protects the surface, keeps dirt and moisture away from the actual linoleum. Constant harmful scrubbing is unnecessary because dirt and spilled things wipe right up with just a damp cloth. Why don't you try this easy glow coat method of keeping your floors always looking nice? Johnson's glow coat is so easy to apply, there's no rubbing or buffing because it shines as it dries. Ask your dealer for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the floor finish with the brighter shine.
Did you catch Mr. Kramer before he went to the bank, McGee?
Yep.
You don't seem very happy about it.
Nope.
Did he know a 1916 quarter is worth $60?
Yep.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. NBC, the national broadcasting company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Martha Q. Bryan, Gene Carroll, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. We were especially pleased recently when a listener who has kept house for 34 years told us how supremely satisfied she is with the way Johnson's cream wax both cleans and beautifies her furniture and woodwork. Now, of course, if you're one of the millions of enthusiastic women who use this newest Johnson's wax polish, you know yourself that cream wax really is in a class by itself. You see, besides protective Johnson's wax, cream wax contains two very effective cleansing ingredients. When you apply it to your furniture and woodwork, it fairly whisks away dirt and fingerprints. Buff lightly, and Johnson's cream wax gives a richly polished wax luster that glows with beauty. After that, future cleaning is easy. Dust and dirt won't cling to the hard, smooth finish because cream wax contains no oil. Just an occasional dusting keeps your wood surfaces and white kitchen equipment satin smooth and sparkling. Take a tip from me and try Johnson's cream wax. It's wonderful. Molly McGee on 79 Wistful Vista thinks a carnival is a legitimate source of fun and frolic. Mr. McGee thinks a carnival is strictly a one-ring circus where the monkeys pay to get in, and the only reservations you can make are mental. The debate is still going on as we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Where is this carnival you want to go to? This one-night yokel trap?
It's at 14th and Oak. It's a vacant lot.
Yeah, and so are the people who go to it.
Well, Well, I don't care. I love carnivals, and I want to go.
Ah, forget it, kiddo. That stuff is for rubes, not for sophisticated people like I and you.
Nonsense. Heavenly days back in Peoria, you took me to all the carnivals, and nobody hooped and hollered any louder than you did.
Well, I was young and stupid in those days.
I see.
But I'm not young anymore. I know the angles now. Let them grifters find a new crop of doughheads.
Just what don't you like about carnivals anymore?
I don't like anything about them. I can stand in front of the Third National Bank and see more fat ladies, human skeletons, wild men, and two-headed vice presidents in 20 minutes than a carnival could round up in 40 years.
Yes, but dear...
I can hear better music listening to a flat-wheel streetcar hitting a switch.
Well, I don't know.
I can make better pink lemonade out of faucet water. And I can dance a better hoochie-macooch and hip boots than any Hawaiian girl from Milwaukee. They got their whole underpaid payroll.
Yes, but McGee...
I popped sweeter corn in vaudeville than those mugs ever tasted, and got more interesting souvenirs falling into a coal hole.
All right. Let's stay home.
No, sir.
What?
Get your hat. I wouldn't miss this carnival for all the ham in Hollywood.
But I thought you didn't like carnivals.
I hate them. And I'm not going to sit here and let those sharpshooters think they can keep me from enjoying myself. Besides, I want to prove something to you.
You already have.
Huh?
You've just proved that you can't win an argument even from yourself.
Just the same, I want to prove to you what a racket them carnival concessions are. Come on, let's go.
All right, but I'd better tell Lena we're going out so she can spend the rest of the afternoon trying on my dresses. Lena! Oh, Lena!
Here I am, Mrs. McGee. And unless you bought some new clothes in the last week, I've tried them all on. You know, that black taffeta of yours is just simply gorgeous on me. And if you see any lipstick on the mirror, it's because I just couldn't resist myself.
Look, Lena, we're going downtown to the carnival, so you're on your own for the afternoon.
We no doubt will not be home for dinner, Lena. So when you finish your work and get through reading my mail, you can go home.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, honey. And I hope you have a good time. You know, carnivals are such fun. I used to work in one, snake charmer, you know.
Heavenly days. You were a snake charmer, Lena?
Yes, I was called Roberta the Reptile Wrestler. I used to sing to the little fellas to keep them quiet. That's why I don't mind it when people hiss at me now.
Ever get bit, Lena?
Yes, I did, Mr. McGee. You know, I tied a rattlesnake into too hard a knot once, and he got mad at me and bit me right on the elbow.
My goodness, I thought a rattlesnake bite was fatal, Lena.
Oh, it was, honey. He died in horrible agony. You know, it was a valuable snake, so they put me in another sideshow as a bearded lady.
False beard, eh?
Well, hardly, Mr. McGee. You can hardly call a beard that costs $12.50 a false one.
You really take it on the chin in that work, don't you, Lena?
Yeah, why'd you give up your job as bearded lady, Leanie?
Well, they moved the trained fleas into the same tent, Mr. McGee, and I guess I just had too much insect appeal. Now, you go right down to the carnival, folks. Lena will get along just as soon as you leave, practically.
Well, there's one thing about Lena McGee. She's always cheerful.
Yeah, she's that all right.
I'd rather have somebody around who smiles and makes the beds badly than a marvel of efficiency who punches the clock with a left hook.
Speaking of left hooks, Snooky, wait till you see me take that big mallet and ring that big gong down that big carnival.
I thought you said it was rigged up so you couldn't win on
It's
it.
rigged up against the yokels, baby. You can take those guys if you're hip to the gimmicks. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, I don't know, dearie. Maybe it's just too corny.
Oh, come on. Carnivals are fun. You'll enjoy it.
Kind of a jip, aren't they?
So what if they are? My gosh, it's all in fun. What makes you so suspicious?
I don't know. I guess I've just heard people talk.
Well, that's a lot of marmalade. I love carnivals. Hey, I think I'll wear a hat. I might win a ribbon that says 23 Skidoo on it, huh? Where's my hat?
I don't know. The last time
Oh, I know. It's right here in the hall.
No, McGee, please, now that hot
Orchestra and Little Rock Getaway.
So fast.
I'm trying to get down to the price. Had a wonderful little police whistle in this stuff once when I was a kid. My dog swallowed it.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, he loved it. He used to direct traffic every noon hour at the corner of Main and Avenue. Back in Peoria.
Look, dearie, I want to play this game over here where you ring the canes and win the prize.
All right. Step right up and throw the magic ring for a beautiful and valuable souvenir. It's fair for one and fair for all. Entertaining, instructive, and profitable. Only 25 cents a both part of a dollar.
I'll try it, sir.
Good for you, sister. Good for you. See if you can ring one of those genuine South American diamond lapel pins or a real Navajo blanket.
Navajo, bud.
Yeah. Well, we know it was Navajo, but we don't know who. All right, lady, here's your magic ring. Step back, folks, and give the little lady some elbow room.
Take my advice, kiddo, and give it a little twist when you throw it.
I throw better with my eyes shut, dearie. Here it goes.
The little lady done it with one graceful toss. She wins a handsome three-bladed jackknife bearing a likeness of Lillian Russell in genuine celluloid on the hand. Let's go in, lady.
Let's see if you can win the opera glasses, Molly. There's a new corset shop just went in across the street from the Elks Club, and some of the boys...
All right. Step back, Pop, and give the lady a chance to throw the ring.
And don't call me Pop.
Okay, Dad, no offense. That's it. Go right ahead, lady.
Is it fair if I throw both these other rings at once?
Madam, with the Hackett and Sackett compound outdoor shows, the customer is always right. We're just here to hand out these beautiful gifts and make friends among the local gentlemen. That's it. Just throw them any way you like.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Alcoholism.
My gosh, look what you did, kid.
Yes,
sir, the little lady does it again. With one magnificent throw, she becomes automatically entitled to a genuine Navajo blanket and a lovely mother-of-pearl paper knife. Here you are, lady.
Thank you very much. My goodness, this is wonderful.
Hey, bud, what do you mean, mother-of-pearl paper knife? That's just made out of white pine.
Yes, sir, genuine white pine, brother. Made by my wife's mother. Huh? Tell your mother to step out here. To show this gentleman how she carves these gorgeous little souvenirs. And now, who else would like to step up and try one of the finest?
You know, this is not a bad start, dearie? 25 cents for a blanket, a jackknife, and a paper cutter?
Oh, they let you in just for bait. I saw the guy put his foot on the gimmick. He was just using you for a shill.
What's a shill?
It's a come-on for the boobs. I know because I used to be one.
A boob?
No, a shill. Guy was running a shill game, and he hired me to shill. Oh, hey, there's Wimple. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks. Hey, isn't this fun, though? Don't you just love carnival?
They're okay if you can get yourself into a state of yokel wonder, Wimp. Personally, I'm a little too intelligent for this sort of thing.
Oh, not me, Mr. Wimple. I'm just dumb enough to enjoy it.
Me too, Mrs. McGee. I've just had the most exciting time with the archery game this afternoon.
We haven't tried that one yet. How many arrows did you shoot, Wimp?
3.
Ooh.
I put 2 arrows in the bullseye and 1 in the proprietor. Did you two ever see a man jump clear over a carnival tent from a standing start?
My goodness, did he jump that high when you hit him, Mr. Wimple?
No, I did, Mrs. McGee. But fortunately, I didn't break my balloon.
You seem to be having quite a gay time, Wimp, jumping over tents and buying balloons. Full of helium, eh?
I beg your pardon. I've only had 3 lemonades and a root beer. A short one.
He meant the balloon, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, excuse me. I am having a gay time, though, really. I guess I must just have sawdust in my blood.
Yeah. I'm bothered with corpuscles myself.
Well, I must get over and see Sweetie Face. That's my big old wife.
Yeah.
She's in that brown tent across the midway there.
Which brown tent?
The one that says $50 to any person who can last 3 rounds with the Amazon Strangler.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. You mean she's actually going into the ring with the Amazon Strangler?
No. You see, she is the Amazon. Well, I've got to get over there and see if anybody has beaten her yet. I hope. So long.
See you later.
See if I can win something on the raffle, please.
Oh, what do you want to play that game for? That thing is
All right, folks, plenty of numbers left. Pick your lucky digit and win a beautiful abalone lamp or a box of Lowney's chocolates. A prize for every number and a number for every customer, and it's only 25 cents a chance. What's your lucky number, lady?
Well, I've always liked number 13 because 1 and 3 are 4, and my husband used to sing in a quartet.
Very logical reasoning, madam. All right, folks, the wheel is about to spin, and here we go. Round and round and round she whirls for the handsome men and the pretty girls. And the arrow points to number 13.
Wow! Heavenly days, I did it again.
What did I tell you? It's fixed. He knew I was onto him, so he let you win.
Well, if they keep on being as crooked as this, I'll win every prize in the place. What did I win, sir?
Girlie, you are the lucky winner of a genuine abalone shell table lamp with a 2-way bulb, adjustable shade, and only 13 inches of cord for convenience in carrying. Here you are. Now then, the wheel is about to spin again. Who'll be the next lucky?
It's a lucky thing you're with a guy that knows the answers to this stuff, Snooky. Those birds aren't going to try and monkey business with a wise guy like me around. I'm strictly the type... Oh, hey, look. Isn't that Wilcox over there?
Where?
Over there, talking to the big guy in the ticket wagon. Come on. Hey, Junior. Hi,
Hello,
Junior.
Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly, pal. Excuse me a minute, will
You
you?
go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
And like I say, Mr. Hackett, you'll be amazed and delighted at the way Johnson's self-polishing glow coat works on your linoleum.
Linoleum?
Yes. Glow coat gives it a gleaming finish.
Who's got linoleum?
Why, you see...
Look at Wilcox getting slowed down, Molly.
Well, even if you don't have linoleum, Mr. Hackett, you'll find glow coat the quickest and most efficient method of keeping your floors bright, and shining, and sparkling.
Floors?
Why, yes. You see, one of the nice things about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is the fact that it's so easy to apply. You simply pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, and let it dry in 20 minutes or less to a handsome, gleaming finish that any housekeeper will be proud of.
Sounds fine, son, but I haven't got a housekeeper.
Oh, my goodness. He is having trouble, isn't he?
Yeah, watch him squirm, Molly.
Well, naturally, Mr. Hackett, glow coat doesn't have to be handled by your housekeeper. A child could apply it. I simply meant that it'll be a wonderful aid in keeping your home clean and sparkling and beautiful.
Who's got a home?
Well,
I don't don't mean to be rude, Mr. Wilcox, and that stuff...
Glow coat. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Yeah, it sounds great. Look, I live in a tent. Is it any good for tent floors?
What kind of tent floors?
Dirt. And grass, if we're lucky.
No. Gee, I never thought I'd... Well, gosh, Racine can't expect me to sell it.
Well, anyway, it sounds great, son. Must be a fine product. Look, here's my card. Send some literature on it to my wife. She lives in East Orange, New Jersey, in a house. She's got linoleum, I think. Haven't seen her for 2 years. She don't like the road.
Okay, Mr. Hackett, thanks very much. I'll write to her tonight. Well, hello, Molly. Hi, Febber.
Fine carnival, isn't it, Mr. Wilcox?
Look what we won already, Waxy. An Abaloo blanket, a jackknife, an abalone lamp, and a paper cutter. $1 for the lot.
Great. I won one of those lamps out here yesterday.
Has it really got a two-way bulb in it?
Absolutely. Goes on, it goes off. Well, I've got to get back to work, folks. I'll see you later.
Look, Mr. Wilcox, if you're going this way, help me load some of this stuff in our car, will you?
Sure. Let me take it.
I'll be waiting right here,
All
Mom.
right, McGee. Now, don't win anything else unless I approve of it first.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox.
Ah, there goes a good kid. I have more fun spending quarters on her out here than I'd have spending $50 on anybody else. Or her either. Oh, hey, she forgot to take this blanket. Oh, well, maybe she'll be...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Well, fancy meeting you here, isn't it? You having fun, sis?
Sure I am, I betcha. I had some popcorn and some Cracker Jack and some peanuts and 3 ice cream cones and some cotton candy and some saltwater taffy and 2 stomach aches.
You did, eh?
And I had...
I says you did, eh?
Did what?
You had 2 tummy aches.
I know it. Hey, mister, look it. Can you ring the bell with the big mallet, mister? Can you? Did you ever try it, mister? Did you ever try it? Did you ever?
Sis, I've won more cigars on that thing than my wife could and did shake a stick at. Shall we try it?
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
man, give us 2 chances on a cigar.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. 1 for you and 1 for the little lady. Prize for men is a genuine Punxsutawney Panatella in the original Florida wrapper. If the little lady rings the gong, she gets a beautiful 1-pound box of simulated chocolate-coated cherries. Here's the hammer, brother. Let's see now. Where did I put that hammer? Here it is. And may you be the one for whom the bell tolls.
Thanks, Bud. I'll take it first, sis, and show you how it's done.
Oh.
Now watch this, Teeny. It's just a matter of muscular coordination. 1, 2, 3... No use you trying it, sis. That weight is harder to get up than an actor on Monday.
I bet you I can do it. I bet you. Watch me.
My gosh, you did it, sis.
Sure, I did it.
And the little lady wins a box of simulated chocolate-type imitation cherry-flavored cherries. Here you are, kid.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Fred.
Uncle Fred?
So long, mister.
King's Men and Sawing a Woman in Half.
When I was a youngster of 7 or 8, I worshipped a hero, a man truly great. I'd stare open-eyed at this wonderful man as he took his place on the stage and began sawing a woman in half. I'd shiver and shake and I'd laugh. He'd show us a lady, I'm not telling fibs, a lady who had no regard for her ribs. He saw the poor girl into fractions and then the orchestra played until we meet again. What a whale of a trick, but did I get a kick out of sawing a woman. Right through the middle the saw quickly goes, until it had parted her head from her toes. The crowd got excited when she was divided. They stared and they strained every muscle. They said it was magic, but I thought it tragic to sever her hat from her bustle. And I don't mean maybe, if I was that baby, I'd raise up a flock of objections. The act spoiled her chance for a lovely romance. Good marry a lady in section. Sawing a woman in two was never the right thing to do. In decent society there should be a law to keep him from hacking her ribs with a saw. To settle the question I asked for a date, and when she said yes, I hardly could wait. I wound up in trouble, my date was a double, 'cause he thought that woman in half.
Well, we seem to keep winning things, McGee. 5 canes, 2 Kewpie dolls, a basket of fruit, and a bowl of goldfish.
Don't forget the brownie camera. That's the biggest jip prize we got.
Why is it?
Oh, my gosh, you can't take pictures of brownies. Everybody knows.
Well, I won't. Oh, McGee, there's Dr. Gamble. You who, Doctor?
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, Droopwell.
Hi, Aerosmith. What are you doing here, doctoring a sick horse on the merry-go-round?
No, this is strictly a non-professional visit, my boy. Just came down here for a little riotous living.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, Doctor. McGee's been showing me how crooked all these concessions are. They know he's doing it, too, because I win every time.
I'm wise to all their gimmicks. I'm no hasty. Hey, did you throw the baseballs at them milk bottles, Doc?
I did indeed. I spent $4.75, and all I got was a bursitis.
We got an abalone lamp.
We're going to ride on the Ferris wheel, Doctor. Care to come along?
No, thank you, my dear.
Scared, eh?
Yes.
So am I, Doctor, but I'm just foolhardy, I guess. I'm so frightened of admitting I'm scared that I get so brave I'm frightened of my own courage.
I'll straighten that out on the way home, if possible. Well, have fun, children, and don't eat too many hot dogs. But if you do, call some other doctor. I'm planning on being sick myself tonight. See you later.
So long, Doctor. Well, come on, Christy. We must ride on the Ferris wheel just once now, and then we'll go home.
Well, you talk me into it, dear. McGee. I didn't realize it went this high.
I hope it holds together till we get off. They put this thing together with burnt matches and rubber bands.
Oh, heavenly days, what was that?
I think one of the rubber bands busted. Well, at least we got stuck up at the top where we can see things.
I'm glad I don't walk in my sleep if we have to spend the night up here. Spread that Navajo blanket over us, dearie. It's getting cool.
Okay. How's that?
Very cozy. Kind of fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Very exclusive up here, too. Just us and a few clouds. Remember the time this happened back in Peoria? We were marooned on top of the Ferris wheel for 3 hours.
I remember it very well, dearie. We must have taken a dozen rides on it first. I'd begun to think that wheel never would break down.
Me too. I was running out of dough.
I know that. That was the first time you ever kissed me, remember?
Yeah. I was nervous. Didn't know what I was doing.
Are you nervous now?
Not a bit.
You know what you're doing?
Yep.
Well?
Well, that's...
Hey, folks! You up on top there?
What do you want, point filler?
Don't worry, we'll have you down pretty quick.
Why don't you mind your own business, Di?
That's telling him, lover.
Have you noticed all the car owners these days out polishing up the old bus for summer? You'll be doing yours soon, I imagine. Well, don't forget that Johnson's Car New will do a wonderful job for you in less time and also save you a lot of unnecessary work. Car New not only makes even an old model car shine like new, it's really easy to use, too. It requires only a minimum of rubbing. You see, Johnson's Car New is a special liquid polish that does 2 jobs at once. It both cleans and polishes in just one application. You apply it, rubbing only hard enough to loosen the old surface dirt. Then you let it dry to a white powder. When you wipe off this powder, dull dirt and road grime go right along with it. Man, oh man, your car really shines. Why don't you try Car New? You and your family will get far more pleasure out of driving a clean, sparkling car. And when you do finally get that brand new model, you'll rate a better trade-in value. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Johnson's Car New.
How about now?
Oh, don't mind us, Bud. We like it up here. Oh, we're down. And did you notice, Molly? We're down.
Oh, dear. My lipstick is all, my hair is all mussed tonight.
Well, relax, lady. So it's a spring evening, and he looks handsome to you again. I've saw it happen before. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. And remember, daylight savings time goes into effect in certain areas next week. This may change the time at which Fibber, McGee, and Molly are heard in your community. So please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next Tuesday night and each week thereafter. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Gene Carroll, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. While you're putting the finishing touches on your newly cleaned house, don't forget to give a thought to your car. After all, a clean, shiny automobile gives your family just as much pleasure as a clean, bright home. And car cleaning's no trouble at all these days with Johnson's Car New to help you. There just isn't any other car polish that shines a car as easily as Car New. Johnson's Car New is the famous liquid car polish that both cleans and polishes in one quick operation. You apply it with a cloth, rubbing just hard enough to loosen dull winter grime. Let it dry to a white powder, then wipe it off. That's all there is to it. But, oh, man, what a shine Car New gives your car. Leaves the finish so satin smooth, so beautifully polished, you'll hardly know the old bust. And it's easy to keep your car bright and new-looking when you use Johnson's Car New occasionally. You see, dust and dirt can't get a foothold on the smooth, shiny finish. Try it, won't you? More car owners buy Johnson's Car New, you know, than any other car polish. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. Do you know what sales resistance is? Well, that's what a husband has when his wife tries to sell him on the beauty and charm of her old school friend who is coming for a visit. In this case, the husband and wife are Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Just imagine, McGee, I haven't seen Thelma since we were in school together back in Peoria.
What was her name again?
Thelma?
Oh.
Thelma Graham. Oh, she was a scream.
Funny, I can't seem to remember her.
Well, she never hung around the smoke shop much.
Oh.
She didn't play pool either.
Folks were strict, huh?
Besides, that was before you came into my life, dearie.
Oh, the dull years.
Well, they would have been dull except for Thelma Graham.
Yeah?
I'll never forget the time Thelma's folks got a new clock. And they told her it would run 8 days without winding it.
She said, how long will it run if you wind it?
Yes. That's what she said. Oh, she was just bubbling over all the time. She'd say things like, how do you get down off an elephant? And you say, I don't know.
And then she'd say, you don't get down off an elephant, you get down off a duck.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Everybody told her she ought to be in vaudeville.
Yeah. Too many people like her did go into vaudeville. That's what happened to it. Well, I'd like to stick around and meet this happy character, kiddo, but I got to get down to the Elks Club. We got to paint the pool balls this spring, and I'm one of the few who knows what the color of the 8-ball is.
Now, McGee, please, you stay here with me. You must meet Thelma.
I know, but I promised the fellows that I'd help them.
Besides, Thelma's never met my husband, you know.
Oh?
I want to show you off a little, sweetheart. Show her how well I married.
Well, if you think it'll build you up socially.
Anyway, I've asked a few friends to drop in for tea at 4 o'clock. Dr. Gamble and Mr. Wilcox and Mayor Latrivia and Mr. Wimple. Thelma will only be here between trains, so...
My gosh, is that your friend already? I got to shave and put on a clean shirt and get down.
No. Relax, dearie. She isn't due for an hour yet.
Oh.
Come in. You see, McGee, it's Mr. Wimple.
Oh, hi, a wimp.
Hello, folks.
You're a little early for tea, Mr. Wimple. The invitation was for 4 o'clock, remember?
Yes. I just came over to tell you I'd be here, Mrs. McGee. Is it somebody's birthday or something?
No, it's for a wise cracker named Graham, Wimp. An old school chum of Molly's. She tells jokes.
You do, Mrs. McGee?
No, Thelma does, Mr. Wimple. Thelma Graham. That's her name. Oh, you'll just love her. She's a scream.
Well, I don't know, Mrs. McGee. I'm sure she must be very nice if she's a friend of yours, but women like that frighten men. They do me, anyway. That's not so peculiar. All women frighten me. Like this morning, for instance.
What happened this morning, Wimp?
Well, I was standing in the kitchen while the milkman was kissing my wife.
Heavenly days. The milkman was kissing your wife.
Did you slug him, Wimp?
Well, how could I? I was holding his milk bottle.
Yes, but Mr. Wimple...
Besides, he's my father-in-law.
Oh.
What bothered me is, well, he interrupted me while I was trying to read my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. Did you know that the laughing grackle of western Kansas builds its nest out of old sunny papers?
Well, that's a switch. I've known of jokes getting the bird, but never vice versa.
Well, anyway, they don't have any housing shortage. Did you ever hear my poem about that?
No, and I don't think we'd have...
Oh, I'd love to hear it, Mr. Wimple.
All right. It goes...
Recite it again. I didn't get the gist of it.
I was just clearing my throat, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
It goes, "Studies home without a mother" is a phrase you hear from Nome to Rome. But the housing shortage gives it another. What is mother without a home? Well, I'll be back at 12 o'clock, folks.
Well, I'd better go out in the kitchen and see how Lena's coming along with the tea things, McGee.
Okay.
And you better run up and shave so I can show Thelma what a handsome husband I am.
Okay, Tootsie, right away. Ah, there goes a good kid. She thinks I swallow that stuff about me being so handsome. And she's so right. I lap it up like a hungry hound. Uh-oh. I hope that isn't Giggling Graham, the girl gag man. Come in.
Hi, Miss.
Oh, it's you, Teeny.
Sure it is, I bet you. What you doing, mister? What you doing? Who hurt you?
I'm about to go upstairs and unwhisker myself, sis. We got a tea party cooked up for 4 p.m. to meet an old schoolmate of Mrs. McGee.
Oh, gee, that'll be dandy, I bet you. I met an old schoolmate of mine this morning.
You did, eh? I says you did, eh?
Did what?
Met an old schoolmate of yours.
You did?
You did.
I know it. It was Willie Toops. He's one of the oldest schoolmates I got. He's 8 1/2 going on 10.
Aging fast, isn't he? You like Willie, sis?
Oh, boy, I'll say. Is he ever good looking, though?
Yeah.
Hubba, hubba, hubba. He's kind of dumb, though, I bet you.
What you mean kind of dumb, though, I bet you?
Well, he says the reason it rains is because the birds are crying and the rain is birds' tears.
Well, why do the birds cry?
Because it's raining, he says.
Well, that's a very poetic conception, sis, but we know better, don't we?
Sure. Why does it rain, mister?
That's very simple, sis. In the first place, the heat of the sun causes evaporation of the water in the streams and the lakes and the oceans. It rises into the air and forms clouds. The clouds go wherever rain is needed, and when they get there, the thunder says, "All right, kids, break it up." Then the lightning flashes to show it where to fall, and down it goes, to wet the fields and the crops and the trees, and so they can grow. Catch on to it?
Gee, does it rain wherever it needs rain?
Sure.
How about the desert? My teacher, Miss Egley, says it hardly ever, almost never rains in the desert.
Well, you see, sis, the desert don't need rain. No. Nothing grows there but cactus and tourists, and neither of them use much water.
How about the ocean, mister? Don't it ever rain on the ocean?
Why, certainly.
Well, the ocean don't need any water, I bet you.
The ocean, well, I gotta run upstairs and shave, sis. It's been very nice talking to you, but
Hey, now, mister, wait a minute.
Huh?
Why does it have to rain on the ocean? You said the rain went wherever they needed it, and the ocean don't need any rain, I bet you.
Look, sis.
Hmm?
You ever eat radishes?
Sure. I love radishes, I bet you.
How do you eat radishes?
I just put a little salt on them and eat them.
Well, Nash, and if you eat too much salt, what happens?
I get thirsty.
Of course you do. And if you get thirsty with a few little dabs of salt, how do you think the ocean gets with millions of tons of salt in it? Well, I'll see you later, sis.
Go on, mister.
Billy Mills to the orchestra and Linda.
Well, Thelma ought to be here any minute, dearie. How do I look?
Don't ask me, Snooky. I'm prejudiced. You always look wonderful to me.
You look nice, too. That's the closest shave you've had since you got the wrong draft card in 1942. You just love Thelma McGee.
Yeah.
Us girls used to fall down and roll on the floor at her joke.
Well, if you see me rolling toward the back door, Tootsie, hold it open for me because I'll be on my way to...
Oh, I bet that's Thelma now. This is going to be such fun. Come in. Thelma!
Molly, as the man said when the newsstand burned down, long see no time.
Oh, fine.
Ah, heavenly days. It's nice to see you again, Thelma. And you haven't changed a bit.
Well, I've got a few gray hairs, Molly, but as the man says, just because there's a little snow on the roof doesn't mean the fire's out in the house.
You see what I mean, McGee? Thelma's oh, pardon me, Thelma. I want you to meet my husband. Dearie, this is Thelma.
Hi, Thelma. Welcome to Belly Laugh Manor. Glad you could come. Always like to have our wits about us at a tea party. You get it, girls? Have our wits about us? Thelma being such a wit, I thought...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Ain't? My gosh, I've been working on that ever since you told me she was...
Certainly I'm glad to know Molly's husband, Mr. McGee. You know what a husband is, don't you? That's a lover with the nerve removed.
Oh, brother, this is worse than I
My
thought.
goodness, what am I thinking? What am I thinking of? Standing here gabbing away. Let me take your coat, Thelma.
No, I'll put it in the other room myself, Molly. As the breeze said to the candle, I don't want to put you out.
Good old Thelma. What'd I tell you, McGee? Isn't she a scream?
Yeah.
Oh, you love her when you get to know her better.
I wouldn't know her any better if she sat on my lap till Henry Wallace gets to be president of the Union League Club. Why, she's the most obnoxious.
This is a lovely home you have, Molly.
Oh, thanks, Thelma. We like
Personally, I like to live in hotels. I go there for a change and a rest. The bellboys get the change and the manager gets the rest.
I'm getting nervous. I'll bet we get a nasty letter from Mateus to be ignorant. Look, Thelma. Suppose we...
Oh, good. Our guests are beginning to arrive. I'm so anxious to have you meet our friend Thelma. Come in.
Hi. Hey, it's Harlow Wilcox. Come on in, Junior. I hope you like seafood. We've been baking clams by the thousand.
Come in, Mr. Wilcox.
How are you, Molly? Hiya, pal.
Miss Graham, may I present Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilcox, my old schoolmate, Thelma Graham.
How do you do, Miss Graham?
As the gangster's wife said to him when the cops met the train, police to meet you, Harlow.
Did you ever hear anybody like her, Mr. Wilcox? She kept us girls screaming all through school.
I believe it. I've only known her a minute, and I'm almost screaming myself. Going to be in town long, Miss Whole Wheat?
Graham, Junior.
Oh, pardon me.
Now I'm just passing through, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Wilcox,
Oh, pardon me. No, I'm on my way to California, out where the men have hair on their chests, at least till the picture's finished. You look like an actor yourself, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I did a little work in Chautauqua, Miss Graham. Second leads, mostly. Sang baritone, too.
Still puts on a pretty good floor show, Thelma.
I'll bet he does. Ever hear about the guy getting the life insurance? Doc asked him if he had any scars, and he said, no, but I got a cigarette.
Me too, and more in some places than in others.
Say, you still an actor, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I sell Johnson's wax products now, Miss Graham. Ever hear about Johnson's Glow Coat?
Sure I have. My sister always uses Johnson's Glow Coat. The salesman told her it'd make her linoleum shine till she could see her face in it, and she used it. Well, she forgot it was Battleship linoleum, and when she saw her face in it, she looked like Admiral Nimitz.
Grab it, Junior. That's the first hole there's been in this conversation for half an hour.
Hey? Oh, Glow Coat's really a wonderful product, Miss Graham. Shines as it dries to a beautiful glossy finish.
Oh, that reminds me of a gag
Yes, sir. No rubbing, no buffing with Glow Coat. You simply pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, let it dry for 20 minutes or less, and presto.
There's also the one about the
It
two
puts
girls
a gleaming, protective shine on your linoleum that's a joy to any housewife's eye.
Yeah, but Mr. Wilcox,
A hard wax finish that laughs at the iceman's feet and makes the scrub bucket as obsolete as button shoes.
Oh, now look, Harlow.
Yes, Miss Graham.
What's so obsolete about button shoes? My father's worn button shoes for 50 years.
Likes them, does he, Thelma?
No, he can't get them off.
Isn't this jolly, Waxy? Aren't you glad you came?
Well, Dr. Gamble and Mayor Latrivia and Mr. Wimple should be here any minute. Now, I'll see if Lena has tea ready. Lena! Oh, Lena!
Everything is ready, honey. I didn't know if you wanted green tea or black tea, so I just used the orange peekaboo. I hope that's all right.
Oh, that's fine, Linda. Just put everything on the coffee table and I'll serve.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How are you, Lena?
Well, I got a little sinus trouble, Mr. Wilcox, and they don't bother me much except when I hang by my knees.
When you hang by your knees?
Yes, you know, some of the labels on the preserves are pasted on upside down, so I hang by my knees from the hot air pipes to read them. I have to work fast, too, because the brains rush to my head.
My goodness, Lena, you might have a bad fall doing that.
Oh, it ain't the fall I mind so much as it is the winter, honey. That's when them pipes really get hot. Well, if anybody wants any more tea or more of them little woman fingers, you just holler at me.
Lady fingers, Lena.
I know, but Mr. McGee said they didn't want this party to be too fancy, Mr. Wilcox. He said it was just for a bunch of mugs that...
Hey, Lena.
That's what you said, Mr. McGee. You said they'd probably much rather have beer and pretzels.
Oh,
but...
please, Lena.
Oh, well, that's all right, honey. I think you're perfectly right to serve tea. That looks a lot better in the society columns if it says, Mrs. McGee served tea to a group of prominent citizens than if it said you rushed the growler for a bunch of... Oh. Oh, my. Is this the girl you went to school with, honey? Hello, Thelma. I'm Lena.
Hello, Lena. I'll bet you can't guess which hand I stir my tea with.
Oh, now you go on. You use a spoon to stir it. You
don't catch me on any old chestnut like that, Thelma.
The King's Men, and I do like you.
I don't like her. People I don't like too. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. I don't like milk. Spinach I don't like too. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am crazy, it is intentional. I don't like her. People I don't like too. I think that I don't even like myself. Maybe silly, but it's true. Baby, you're the one exception. I do like you. I don't like her. I don't like people. I don't like to either. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you either. I don't like cruise. I don't like cruise. I don't like money. I don't like to either. I don't like anything I ought to like, but I do like you neither. Am I mad? No. Just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No. If you think I am crazy, it is intentional. I don't like cats. And cats I don't like too. I think that I don't even like myself. Maybe silly, but it's true. You're the one exception, baby. I do like you.
More tea, Dr. Gamble?
No, thank you.
Little lemon, Mr. Mayor.
I'm equipped.
Cream, Mr. Wimple?
Fine.
Well, so you're the mayor of this town, are you, old boy?
Yes, Miss Graham, I am. I trust you're enjoying your visit to Wistful Vista?
Well, I haven't seen much of it, but any city of over 500 people scares me. You know what they say? You can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl.
Oh, Thelma, how you do go on. Isn't she a scream, Mayor Latrivia?
Yes. Isn't she? Are you traveling by train or plane, Miss Graham? And how soon?
I'm going west by train and back by plane, Your Honor, which reminds me of the time I went to Europe on a boat. Traveled by rail all the way.
May I have another cookie, Mrs. McGee?
Certainly, Mr. Wimple. Here you are. Oh, say, Thelma. Tell the boys what you said to the porter on the train. Listen to this voice.
Yeah, tell us, Thelma.
I can hardly wait to hear it.
I'll bet it's a Lulu.
Well, I left my shoes to be shined, and the porter brought back one brown one and one black one. When I told him about it, he said, well, imagine that. That's the second time that's happened today.
Did that really happen to you, Miss Graham?
Oh, now, Doctor, don't get personal. As long as you and I can keep people in stitches, who cares?
May I have another cookie, Mrs. McGee?
Hey, better take it easy with those cookies, Wally. They're pretty rich.
Say, you people know the best exercise to keep from getting fat? Push yourself away from the table 3 times a day. Don't you agree with that, Doctor?
I beg your pardon, Miss Graham. I didn't hear what you said. I was looking at Mr. Wimple's bird book. It's a very interesting article about the Chicago pigeon. It sits on a stool under a bright light and sings to the cops all day.
Say, that reminds me of the deck of cards in the desert calling to its young. Oasis, oasis, oasis.
Oasis.
Oh, murder.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, a deck of cards in the desert. How do you think these things up, Thelma?
My gosh, all you need is a few back copies of the hardware dealer. Hey, Thelma?
I like the old college humors myself, Mr. McGee. I'm a college girl, you know. I got my degree in music.
Are you a composer, Miss Graham?
Am I a composer? Remind me to sing for you my masterpiece, the refrain from smoking.
I didn't think she was that old.
Say, you look like a college man yourself, Mr. Mayor.
I am. University of Texas. A three-letter man.
No kidding, Latrivia. A three-letter man?
Yes, I sat on a branding iron. I hope I'm not using any of your material, Miss Graham.
No, I just used the one about the cowboy with enamel all over his pants.
Well, I'll play straight man for you, Thel. How'd the cowboy get the enamel on his pants?
Well, they told him to saddle his old paint, and he thought they said to paint his old saddle.
I wonder what old Fred Nittany's doing.
And then there was the one about the man that got gored by a longhorn in the Minneapolis Symphony Orchestra. But that was way back. Oh, say, there's my taxi cab. I gotta leave now to catch a train, folks.
Oh, I'll get your hat, Thelma.
I'll get your coat, Thelma.
I'll hold the door open.
I'll pay the cab driver.
I'll eat the rest of the cookies.
I'll telephone the station. If you don't get on that train, it won't be my fault, Miss Graham.
Ah, you're all just too sweet. Molly, it's been a wonderful reunion. If you ever come to California, come and visit with me.
Oh, I'd love to, Thelma, but how will I get in touch with you?
Are you kidding? Well, goodbye, everybody. I've just loved meeting you.
Goodbye, Thelma. Goodbye.
Wow, what a character. You guys ever hear so many corny jokes in your life?
I've heard those jokes plenty of times. I've told them plenty of times.
I could make some interesting rearrangements of that girl's thyroid.
Did you say you hadn't seen her since your school days, Molly? You lucky girl.
Oh, I don't care. I think Thelma's lots of fun. But say, what did she mean? Was I kidding when I asked how to get in touch with her?
Search me. I don't know.
I do.
You do, Mr. Wimple?
I knew who she was the minute I heard her voice. But I thought she was sensitive about it.
What do you mean? Who is she?
She's Bubbles Joy, the big radio star.
Bubbles Joy?
Oh,
I listen to her every
And
week.
she makes $8,000 a week. Are there any more cookies, Mrs. McGee?
Now that your white woodwork is spring cleaned and shining, how do you plan to keep it clean? Dirt does seem to show up, doesn't it? And those ugly fingerprints seem to come from nowhere. Well, I'll tell you what I suggest. Johnson's Cream Wax, the newest Johnson's wax polish that was specially made for your light woodwork and furniture. With Cream Wax, you need never use harsh cleansers or even soap and water to clean your woodwork. You just apply Cream Wax, and dirt and fingerprints vanish. And that's not all. In addition to unusually effective cleaning ingredients, this creamy white liquid contains genuine wax. Polish it lightly, and it leaves a hard, smooth, dry finish that is not sticky. Johnson's Cream Wax fills a real need, not only to clean and wax polish your woodwork and furniture, but also to give your white kitchen equipment a beautiful, bright sparkle. Try it, will you? You'll like the protective Cream Wax gives against future soiling. How easy it makes dusting. Johnson's Cream Wax. It's wonderful.
I can't get over it, Molly. Imagine her being Bubbles Joy. Why, she's famous.
I told you she was funny, McGee.
Yeah, but she ain't funny enough to get paid for it.
Aren't we on dangerous ground, dearie?
Huh? Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Gene Carroll, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra.
now, you're probably through with your spring cleaning, and I'll bet your house is a picture. But how's it going to look a couple of months from now? Dirt does tend to come in and spoil your good work, doesn't it? Well, that's why you ought to make sure your home is wax protected right now. Believe me, a coat of Johnson's wax works wonders in keeping things shining clean. Polish your floors with Johnson's wax, and weeks from now, they'll still have a mellow, smooth wax luster. The only cleaning they'll need is a light dusting from time to time. That goes for your furniture and woodwork, too, and 100 other things around your home. An occasional shining coat of Johnson's wax not only gives everything it touches a lovely, rich polish, it protects things against dirt and moisture, makes them easy to dust. Why not try this wonderful wax method of housekeeping? Wax makes your housework so much easier, and nothing else gives you such a bright, charming home for so little cost. Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, and cream. Well, the handyman about the house is at it again. Yes, with a hammer in his hot little hand and a bruise on his fat little thumb, he's fixing a few things that... What was that?
Window shade.
He's fixing it.
Oh. Well, as I was saying, the handyman is at it again as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
There. It's fixed now.
For good?
For good.
Good.
Took me a while to get around to it, but now that I've did it,
Please, now, McGee, not I did it. Say I have done it.
Yeah, but you ain't the one that done it. I done it myself, and now that I've did it, I don't...
McGee?
Huh?
Have you taken a peek at your English lately? Why, it's terrible.
What do you mean my English is terrible? I'm the only guy at the Elks Club that can spin a cue ball hard enough to make it change direction in the middle. Oh, you mean my talking English?
Why, shoot. Your grammar, you're getting very careless.
I am?
Sure. For instance, you know it isn't correct to say ain't.
Yeah, but you know what Will Rogers said. A lot of people that ain't saying ain't eating. And I'm eating, ain't I?
Just the same, dearie, it's a bad example. Children hear you and repeat what you say. You know, grown people have to set an example.
Well, maybe you're right, kiddo. I'll watch it after this.
Good.
After all, I studied English in high school, and I ain't the type of guy that he forgets everything that he ever...
Watch it now.
Oh. I say I'm not the type of individual whom, upon graduation, relegates his education. That ratted window shade. That ain't exasperating. I thought when I fixed that, I'd done a good job, but that's the bummest job I ever did.
Oh, McGee, that's awful.
I know it is. The spring don't catch good. It ain't ever going to catch good if something ain't done. Should have went to the hardware store and brung home a new spring, and if I knew this would have happened, that's what I would have did.
McGee,
Huh?
will you please repeat that sentence?
Sure. I said I should have gone to the hardware store and brought home. My gosh, I are getting kind of sloppy, aren't I? Maybe I better go to night school this summer. Let them learn me good English all over again.
Teach you.
Yeah, I certainly am getting careless.
You don't have to go to night school. I'll keep checking you.
Oh.
And I have a book on correct usage around here someplace. Maybe Lena knows where it is. Lena! Oh, Lena!
I think I know exactly the book you mean, honey. Isn't that the one that's called Lay That Adverb Down, Babe? Or Who Threw the Infinitive in Mrs. Murphy's Predicate?
That's the one, Lena. Mr. McGee wants to read it. He's having a little trouble with his participles.
Oh, the poor man. You know, my father had trouble with his participles, and they finally had to operate.
What'd they think he had, Lena?
$300.
No, what did they operate on him for?
$275.
Now, we're getting off the subject, Lena. I want to read this book because my wife thinks my grammar needs repairing.
Well, it's awful important to speak good English, Mr. McGee. What if you should want to go to England sometime? Gosh, you'd feel awful if you just had appointed things you wanted.
Like the crown jewels or something?
Yes. You know, my brother was going to Ireland once, and he studied garlic for 6 weeks before he went.
Not garlic, Lena. In Ireland, they speak Gaelic.
He knows that now, Mr. McGee. But, you know, for 6 weeks, nobody could get close enough to him to tell him.
Did he like Ireland, Lena?
Well, he had a pretty rough time in Dublin, honey. You see, he owns a big citrus grove in Arizona, and when they asked him what did he do for a living, he told them he was an orange man. He raises walnuts now. Well, I'll try and find your book for you, honey.
Well, I better get this window shade fixed again, Molly. I can't have that thing scaring the junior out of everybody.
I think you'll be glad you brushed up on your grammar, dearie. It'll help you socially, too.
Well, believe me, baby, from now on I watch my language. I'm not going to permit myself ever again to lapse into vulgarity.
That's my boy. I know you can do it if you try.
Sure I can. I'll bet you anything you want to bet that I don't say ain't again today.
Well, people told me when I married you that I was a born gambler, so I'll just take that wager.
$5, huh? From the first one that says ain't.
$5 it is.
Yeah.
I'm going out and help Lena find that book of grammar.
Okay.
You can't get started on this thing too soon, you know.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. She thinks I don't know the difference between good grammar and bum grammar. And I don't think I do either. As long as she don't think I don't think I know, I think what she thinks I think. Come in, thank goodness.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. To what, my dear, must we attribute the honor of this unexpected visitation?
Well, you feel okay, mister? You talk kind of funny.
Well, perhaps your little ears are unaccustomed to the sound of good grammar and perfect English, sis. For your information, I have resolved to forgo vulgarity in my speech. I'm kicking the friction out of my diction.
Gee, that's dandy, I bet you.
Yeah.
My teacher, Miss Egley, says that slang may be picturesque, but it's too frequently the refuge of the uneducated.
She did, eh?
Mm-hmm. And she...
I say she did, eh?
Did what?
She said that.
Said what?
What you said?
Who?
Your teacher, Miss Yegley.
I know. That's exactly what she said, I bet you. She says literate persons rarely utilize slang.
That's right. Your teacher's cooking on the front burner now, sis. She's hep. As a matter of fact, I got a little bet on with my wife, sis, that I'll never say A-I-N-T again. I bet her $5.
I'm pretty good in grammar, too, I bet you.
Yeah?
You know the 8 parts of speech, mister?
Oh, are you kidding, sis? That's elementary. My gosh, any dumbbell knows the 8 parts of speech. Lungs, vocal cords, throat, tongue, teeth, lips, cheeks, and if you talk like I do, the nose.
Oh, that isn't right, I bet you.
No?
No, it's verb, adverb, noun, pronoun, adjective, interjection, conjunction, and preposition.
Hey, maybe I better write those down. Let me see now. Verse, adverse, noun, adnoun, injection, confusion, objective, and proposition. Thanks very much.
Well, don't mention it, mister. Oh, boy, are you ever in trouble?
Yeah?
I could give you one other little tip that would help you a lot, too, I bet you.
Yeah?
I teach you toilet tours.
Well, spill it, sis, spill it.
It's a little trick, and our teacher says if you learn it real good, you won't hardly ever make any mistakes in grammar at all, I bet you.
No kidding. Well, geez whiz, come on, let's have it. What do I have to do? Huh?
Well, first you close your mouth real tight.
Yeah. And then what?
That's all, just hold it. Things go wrong, so on, mister.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and I Believe.
Well, are you getting any value out of that grammar book, McGee?
Not much. No pictures in it. Just words.
Well, I suppose it would be just as helpful if I correct you now and then. You won't mind, will you?
Mind? I should say not, baby. Anytime my adverbs come loose, you just give me a swift boot in the conjunction.
Very well.
But I say, my dear, I don't suppose one's use of an occasional colloquialism is of sufficient importance to disqualify one.
How was that again, dearie?
I was referring to idiomatic expressions, my dear. The minor variations of language to be heard in geographically separated communities. Constructions typical of definite localities.
Look, sweetheart, let's call the whole thing off, will you?
No, I'm serious about this, kiddo. I realize I've been careless with my language. I'm making a genuine effort.
Well, all right, but if I'd known what I was getting into, I'd never...
Enter.
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble, McGee. Hello, Doctor.
Good day, my dear. And how are you, Smudge Pot?
Smudge Pot, sir? I trust you will not take it amiss, dear doctor, if I should point out that the use of slang by a person of education is an indication of deterioration. To an individual of professional eminence, the utterance of better expressions is somewhat appalling.
May I sit down?
Pray do, Doctor.
I had a patient once who talked like that, a professor. He had 6 university degrees and was shot while playing the piano in a beer garden.
Well, it was jolly good of you to stop in, Doctor. Molly, leave us have some tea and sandwiches.
Lettuce, McGee.
Yes, leave us have some lettuce sandwiches. And a spot of tea, too.
Would you like some tea, Doctor? It won't be a bit of trouble.
Very stimulating, old chap. Quite a tonic. Full of tonic acid, you know.
It's tannic acid. Will you please stop yammering like a stock company Englishman? Molly, I have seen this tenderized ham strike more poses than a Gus Sun acrobat. But this one has me baffled. Who does he think he is today, Lord Eager Beaverbrook?
Oh, come now, my good medico. Surely, when one makes a conscious effort to improve oneself, leave us give a little credit to him.
What were those last words again?
I said, leave us give to him a little credit.
You shouldn't say leave us, McGee.
Oh, yes, he should. And I think I will.
I say something wrong?
Yes, Pep. Leave us do this or that is not correct.
Huh?
It should be let us or allow us or permit us.
Oh, I see. Well, anyway, I haven't said that certain word.
You mean?
A-I-N-T.
I know, and I'm proud of you, McGee. If everybody...
Dad rat that dad-ratted window shade. If that isn't the most exasperating thing. I thought I had that fixed. I done it 4 times, and
You did it 4 times.
Yeah, I did it 4 times, and if anybody thinks I'm going to spend all my time messing around with a screwdriver and a hammer trying to fix it...
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Good day, my boy.
The door was closed, so I walked right in.
We'd have left it open, but you might have thought we were out.
That's the silliest conversation I ever heard. I've heard plenty of them in 12 years.
Anything on your mind, Mr. Wilcox?
Not a thing, Molly, not a thing.
Nice of you to stop in, my boy. Have a cigar.
No, thanks, pal. I've got one.
You got 2? Thanks. I'll smoke it after dinner. Well, what do you think of the crisis in Indochina, old chap? Do you think the territorial aims of the provincial government will predominate the military spearhead? Or is it your opinion that certain powers will subsidize a mandate? Or neither?
What are you talking about?
He's just exercising his English, Mr. Wilcox. This is Be Kind to Participles Week around here.
I decided I was talking much too sloppy, Tony.
Well, I wish you luck, pal. There's nothing like good grammar to make an impression on people.
My very words, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, but you can get into trouble with ordinary words, too.
How's that?
Well, remember, Molly? Remember that little town of Bell back in Illinois?
Bell.
Yeah.
Bell, Illinois. Oh, sure I do. Where they had the hat factory.
Yeah. Made wonderful hats down there. Sold like hotcakes. In fact, they went so fast that everybody used to say that things went like a hat out of Bell. Ordinary words, but I always got spanked for saying them.
I see what you mean. Well, I've got to be pretty careful with my speech, too, you know. The minute I make a mistake, Racine shoots me a telegram that curls my hair.
So that explains it. I always thought you had a natural wave, Mr. Wilcox.
I don't don't believe I ever heard you pull any bum grammar, Junior.
Oh, I did once, long time ago. It was awful. I said something about how Johnson's wax is the finest protection that money can buy for floors, furniture, and woodwork.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, and then I said it not only imparts a brilliant luster that resists dust and dampness, but gives your home an atmosphere of hospitality and friendliness.
What was wrong with that?
Well, nothing so far, but listen to this. I said, for time and labor-saving protection, for the sparkling beauty that increases the pride of possession and gives new values to your worldly goods, use Johnson's wax, always.
Where was the bad grammar?
In the next line. When I said use Johnson's wax on your floors, furniture, woodwork, leather goods, windowsills, enamel surfaces, to always have an inviting home. Get it?
No.
I split an infinitive.
No.
I said to always have instead of always to have or to have always.
Oh. Waxy, this is terrible. I'm surprised at you.
But, pal, I was only...
That's enough. That's enough. The water is under the dam.
Dearie, he said that was a long time ago.
Please, my dear. He has abused our hospitality. Anybody that would split an infinitive would steal the silverware.
I know. I agree with you, pal. And you know what I'm going to do?
Steal the silverware?
No, go home.
Wasn't that a little harsh, dearie? Splitting an infinitive is not a hanging offense, you know.
Well, I'm not the type of guy that is too quick to always condemn a man.
Yeah, but you just split one yourself.
What? I did? My gosh, is it that easy? I've been too hasty with Harlow.
Well, I hope he forgives you. Otherwise, we'll never see him again. At least till next Tuesday. Pull that shade down again, will you, McGee? It looks terrible.
Sure. Well, looks like you wouldn't win that bet, eh, kiddo? I hadn't said that word.
No, and Mother's proud of you. I never thought you could do it.
Oh, my English is okay when I stop to think. It used to bother me when I was a young fellow, but it never gives me no trouble now.
Never gives me any trouble, McGee.
You either? Well, it shouldn't bother nobody if they just talk to people.
Come in. Oh, McGee, it's Mr. Wimple. Come in, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Have a chair, Mr. Wimple.
No, thank you, Mrs. McGee. I can't sit down.
Too busy, Wimp?
No, too bruised, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife. Sweetie Face spanked me this afternoon. I was naughty.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. She actually spanked you?
Yes, but I fooled her. I stuck my bird book in the back of my britches.
Your what, Wimp?
My bird book. After my spanking, I found that 2 blackbirds, a bobolink, and a blue jay were badly battered.
But what brought this all on, Mr. Wimple? What'd you do?
Oh, I guess I was a little bit mischievous, Mrs. McGee.
Yeah?
I never should have put that turtle in her girdle.
My gosh, Wimp, you put a turtle in her girdle?
Yes. I didn't know it was the one she was going to wear this morning.
Where'd you get the turtle, Mr. Wimple?
Well, a friend of mine sent it to me, Mrs. McGee. He borrowed my car for a long trip, and several days later I got a package and a letter that said, Dear Wallace, your car turned turtle. Take good care of it. Regards, Charlie. Wasn't that ridiculous? And when the mailman delivered it, he made a terrible mistake.
What did he do, Wimp?
Well, he was just handing me the package when Sweetie Face walked in, and the mailman said, Maybe your mother would like to sign for it, Sonny. Oh, that was bad. A pall was cast over the whole room.
Really, Mr. Wimple?
Yes. Paul. That's our mailman's name. Well, bye.
And ain't we got fun?
Every morning and every evening, ain't we got fun? No money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun? The rent ain't paid, dear. We ain't got a bus, no, but smiles were made, dear, for people like us. everything will be so rosy. After everything is said and done, the word is heaven. We got
Hey, Molly.
Yes, dearie?
There's still a lot of things about grammar and English that I don't understand.
Such as what?
Well, I'm writing a letter to the House Committee of the Elks Club, see?
Yeah?
I'm putting in a complaint because last Wednesday and last Thursday, while I was sleeping in a chair, somebody gave me a hot foot. Both days.
So?
Well, I don't know if I should say somebody give me 2 hot foots or 2 hot feet.
Well, that's simple, dearie. Just say Wednesday I was given a hot foot, also Thursday.
Oh, good. That's the way I'll put it.
Come in. How's Mayor Latrivia? Good day, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor? Decent of you to stop by, you know. One is always glad to welcome one's old friends when one's old friends drop in on one.
How true.
If himself here seems a bit stuffy today, Mr. Mayor, don't worry about it. He's improving on his English.
Really? That's very interesting, McGee.
Yeah, and I can do it, too. Lots of dumber guys than I am have learned their self-grammar.
Taught themselves, McGee.
How could they have taught themselves if they hadn't learned themselves first?
Very good point, dearie.
As a matter of fact, I and Molly have got a little bet on the bid. $5 from the first one that says A-I-N-T.
Well, I wish you both luck. I remember I had a little trouble in school with English myself.
You did, Lieutenant?
Yes. Somehow or other, I couldn't seem to keep my tenses straight.
You're what, Mr. Mayor?
My tenses.
Oh, you don't mean tenses, boy. You mean tense. Tent is singular, you see, and the plural is tense.
Yeah, no wonder you had trouble with your English if you went around talking that way.
Yeah, I suppose you read bookses, smoked pipeses, and drank cokeses all day.
I beg your pardon. I merely said
Hey,
that
what were you doing with a tent in school anyway, Your Honor? Playing Indian?
He was probably in military school, Molly.
I was not in skilled removal. The tenses I had trouble with were not tense to live in.
It was never built that was fit to live in, Lieutenant. I remember the trouble we had with them pup tenses in the First World War. The big war.
Pup tents were the ones where you slept with your head out in the rain, your dogs in the tents, weren't they?
Yeah,
Please, I'm not talking about pup tents. I simply meant...
Don't matter what kind you meant, Lieutenant. They're all trouble. I mind one time the pole fell down in on the mess tent. Right at chow time, the pole fell down in on the mess tent. Of all the messes I've ever saw, that mess in the mess tent was the worst messed up mess I ever...
No, please. This is ridiculous.
It is?
Yes. Let me start all over.
Go ahead, Your Honor. It'll probably come out the same way, but try it.
Sure, we'll go along with you, boy. We're game.
All right. Now, when I was in grammar school, some of my English exercises gave me a little trouble.
Did you sore, did they?
Did what make me sore?
The exercises you took in English. What were they, setting up exercises? Maybe you're muscle bound. Maybe you got a Charlie horse. Maybe...
I don't have a Charlie bound muscle horse. I didn't say anything about exercising canvas tents. Well, you said canvas tents. Well, I said the past tense. There's a past tense. You were the one who put down as a right tent. Right down as a pup tent. A tent. A tent. I merely said my past trouble with the two defenses. McGee?
Yes? I'd like to know one thing.
What is it, Your Honor?
How did he ever get... What?
Dab ratted shade. If that ain't the most exceptional...
You said the word, Molly. You said A-I-N-T. $5, please.
Here you are, and money well spent.
Huh?
Oh, what a relief.
You ain't kidding, kiddo. Here's your dough back. It ain't worth the strain.
Ain't it the truth?
You like to keep it looking its best, don't you? The same with your clothes. You'd never dream of going around in a dress that was soiled and spotty. Then why is it that so many people let their automobiles get dirty and gloomy looking? Now, if it cost a lot of money and required a lot of hard work to keep it clean and shining, there might be some excuse for driving around in a dingy-looking car.
But with Johnson's Carnew, well, car polishing is really quick and easy. Carnew both cleans and polishes in one quick application. Does two jobs at once. There just isn't any other car polish that's easier to use. You simply apply Carnew, rubbing only hard enough to loosen the road grime. Let it dry to a white powder, wipe it off, and in no time your car will be spotless with a bright, shining polish to be proud of. Why not take a tip from millions of other enthusiastic car owners and clean and polish your family bus with quick polishing Johnson's Carnew this week? Carnew is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Johnson's Carnew, a really swell car polish.
You know something, Molly? I've been checking my grammar against this book, and I'm a very superior guy.
Well, good for you.
Betcha. This book lists 40 common errors that most people make at some time or other.
And?
I got 67 so far that I make every day. I'm way above the average.
Well, fine.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Gene Carroll, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, during these nice early summer days, most of us like to be out of doors more often. I like to play a little golf myself and putter around my garden. And you? Well, don't you like to get out of your kitchen just as much as you can? That's why you'll be more thankful than ever this summer that you can put a shining film of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your kitchen linoleum. Regular glow coat care saves hours of work all year round. Constant tiresome scrubbing is unnecessary. For one thing, dirt and spilled things wipe right up with just a damp cloth. And Johnson's glow coat is so easy to apply. There's no rubbing or buffing. Just apply it and let it dry. Glow coat shines as it dries. Glow coat makes linoleum and other floors so beautiful, too. Colors come bright and fresh. Patterns stand out again. And the bright glow coat shine is something you must see to believe. Try it. Have sparkling, bright floors this summer and less work with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. It's the floor finish with the brighter shine. You wouldn't think a man could get into much trouble simply walking from 79 Wistful Vista to the Elks Club at 14th and Oak Streets, would you? Well, if that's what you think, you don't know our Mr. McGee, of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, I had this Cocker Spaniel, and her name was Little Nellie. Used to roll upon the deck so we could sit her on the stomach. Oh, the monkey and the coconut. Gotta get that pivot tooth tight. Getting so I hiss like a skillet full of salt pork. There we get it. Hey, buddy, who said that? Me, Mac. Over here in the doorway. Huh? Oh, hi, bud. If this is a stick-up, you need a little more experience. I'm flatter than a copper's arches. Nah, this ain't no stick-up, pal. I want to do your face. A likely story. Guys, don't stop guys in doorways to do guys' favors. You think I just come in from Joy on a load of hay or something?
Not you, brother. I know a city man when I see one. And when I got here, it wouldn't interest no yokels.
What do you mean? What do you got? And if you're going to try and sell me a genuine sable coat that you smuggled out of Russia in a bucket of borscht, you're barking up the wrong citizen.
Look, Mac, that hot burst stuff is strictly a racket, see? This is legit. Come here. I don't want to broadcast this.
Okay, but
I've been waiting here all morning for some guy to come past that looks like he knew a real hand-woven Irish tweed when he seen it.
Irish tweed?
Yeah.
Hand-woven?
Yeah.
No kidding.
3 bolts of the finest homespun Irish tweed that ever come out of Donegal, pal. Frankly, I smuggled it in, see?
In that case, include me out, but smuggling is illegal. It's cheating the government.
Look, Mac, leave us be logical. Who is the government? The government is the people. Who is the people? Me and you. If we cheat ourselves, who cares?
I got 3 bolts of Irish tweed you can have for peanuts. Me mother needs the money.
Where you got it?
Down the alley in an empty rubbish can. Come on, let me show you. This is a great part.
So we walked down the alley, Molly, and when he lifted the lid off of that empty rubbish can, there it was. 3 bolts of the most beautiful Irish tweed you ever scratched your fingers on. Look at it. Hand woven. Mm-hmm. He says I could have the 3 bolts for $10 a bolt, and I played it cake, you see. I says it's too much, pretending I wasn't interested.
Yeah?
So he says if $10 a bolt is too much, I could have all 3 for $35. So I grabs it.
Dearie, remember that picture in the photo album of you as a little boy? Playing horse with a harness around your shoulders and your brother Mickey holding the reins?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with this?
Your brother knew you better than I do. He played it safe.
I don't get the...
McGee's so-called Irish tweed is not worth the thread to make it into fishnet. It's junk.
You think so, eh? You think this guy would have risked smuggling it in from Ireland if it wasn't worth good dough?
How do you know he smuggled it in from Ireland?
He showed me his mother's picture that he was going to send the money home to.
How do you know it was his mother?
It said so right underneath the picture. Whistler's mother.
Oh.
The guy's name was Patrick Michael Whistler.
Listen, my little pigeon. Whistler's mother is a famous painter.
Yeah.
If her son were living, he'd be 113 years old.
Oh, by George, he don't look it. He handled these 3 heavy bolts of tweed like they were nothing.
I'll bet he did, all right. What's done is done, dearie. What are you going to do with it?
Make a few bucks on it. Sell it to a few friends. Ought to be 25 yards to a bolt. That's 75 yards. Sell it for maybe $10 a yard. That's $750. Minus 35, $715 profit. Wow, what an investment.
Let me see that cloth again.
Here, take a look. You see how loose wove it is? You see them little twigs and stuff in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can see why Ireland stayed neutral in the war. Nobody dared get into an argument wearing stuff like this.
Well, you women don't know much about tweed. That's strictly a man's material. It's outdoorsy.
Well, it can't go outdoorsy too quickly for me.
You wait and see how it makes up, kiddo. I better measure it and see how much I can keep for myself. You got a tape measure?
There's one in my sewing basket upstairs. Lena will get it for you.
Oh, swell. Hey, Lena. Oh, Lena.
I got the tape measure right here, Mr. McGee. I've been checking myself, and I'm a perfect 36.
Lena, you are a 36, huh?
Just exactly, honey. 30 around the middle and 6 around the neck.
Yeah, but Lena...
Oh, I always had wonderful proportions. Like the Venus de Mildew, people said. You know, I won a bathing beauty contest once in Cleveland.
Yeah?
I was Miss Shaker Heights of 1926. I had a real good offer from the movies, too.
Oh, not really, Lena. An offer from the movies.
Yes, they wanted me to play opposite Barbara Stanwyck. They said they'd never seen nobody as opposite Barbara as I was.
But did you ever actually work in pictures, Lena?
Well, not actually, no. I didn't think it was dignified. They just wanted me to be a standby.
Stand in?
Yes, a stand-in.
But that's not undignified, Lena. Lots of stand-ins have become stars, you know.
Well, I wouldn't have, honey. They wanted me to stand in for a horse in the Skip-Along Cassidy picture. Gosh, and I knew I'd never get to be a horse.
Oh, you're a little dark for a palomino, Lena.
Okay.
Hey, take a look at this Irish tweed material I just bought. Beautiful, eh?
Is that Irish tweed, Mr. McGee?
Yeah.
Well, goodness me. Wouldn't my papa have loved some of that?
He would, eh?
Was your father Irish by birth, Lena?
No, by extraction, honey. After he had his teeth pulled, he had the most beautiful brogue you ever heard. Well, call me unless you want something.
Willie Mills in the orchestra and Illusion.
Molly, I just measured this cloth. It's only 60 yards, but at $10 a yard, that's $600. You know, the cloth I got from the guy in the alley?
Yeah.
Not bad for a morning's work, eh?
Look, dearie, 60 yards of cloth will make an awful lot of suits. And in this case, I do mean awful. But what makes you think anybody will buy it?
Because my friends know clothes, that's why. Take Wilcox, for instance. Happiest dresser in town. He'll knock me down to get 4 yards of this tweed.
He probably knocked you down for just suggesting it.
And Doc Gamble, now there's a guy who really needs a new suit. He always looked like he got dressed in the wrong upper berth with the train pulling in.
I don't know, McGee. He goes to the best tailors in town.
Yeah, he goes there, and you know what? They give him a 25% discount if they don't have to put their labels in his coats. That guy could get 9 fittings on a $300 suit, put it on, and get pinched for vagrancy outside the shop. Why, if he ever...
Come in. Well, heavenly days, it's the good doctor himself. Come in, doctor.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, Bucklewart. You look well pleased with yourself today. You must have had faultless in the Princess.
No. No, he got tweeds in the alley, doctor.
I beg your pardon? Tell me something, Cebu. Cebu? Elephant boy. I don't like to get personal, but did you see the pinkness? I don't like to get personal, but how much did the upholsterer blackmail you for that slipcover you're wearing?
He doesn't like to get personal, he says.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. I see so much politeness in the course of my professional day that his vulgarity is rather refreshing.
Thank you.
What was the question again? Gargantua?
Gargantua. That wasn't in the Preakness. I was asking, my dear medico, what you had to lay on the line for that double-breasted awning you got on. That beach umbrella with sleeves.
I think that's a very handsome suit, McGee. Needs a little pressing, perhaps, but nice material.
Frankly, my boy, it's none of your business. But this suit set me back $150. It has a concealed pocket in the vest where I carry a loaded revolver. So if you have any more insulting questions, I suggest you precede them with a brief prayer.
I'm not being insulting, Fatso. I'm going to do you a favor.
That's what Hitler said just before he marched into Poland.
Well, show him the goods, dearie, and then jump back.
Goods? Take a gander at this bolt of hand-woven Irish tweed, Docky. Imagine yourself in the Easter parade wearing a suit made of that. In the Princess? Yeah. Why, you'd have every rich millionaire in town breaking his leg so he could get to know you.
Mm-hmm. Irish tweed, you say? Huh?
Yeah, they made it strictly for export, Doctor. A proud people, the Irish.
I see what you mean. Where'd you get it, Sonny?
He bought it from a man in the doorway.
From a guy that smuggled it in, butcher boy. Want to sell it at a sacrifice to a few close friends. And I haven't got a friend that's any closer than you are.
$10 a yard, Doctor.
I'll take 3 yards.
What?
You will?
You mean you really like this material, Doctor?
For my purpose, it's perfect. You see, I frequently have calls late at night. I have to drive out into the country. Bad weather, bad road.
Oh, I get it. You want a material that's warm and wears good, eh?
No, when I get stuck in the mud, I like to have something to throw under the wheel. Send it over to me anytime, McGee. Good day.
Well, to throw under his wheels in the mud. That's what he thinks of your Irish tweed, dear.
Don't kid yourself, Snooky. He just says that so I wouldn't raise the price when I seen he wanted it. Hey, I better pull down the window shade so the sun don't fade this stuff. You know, some of these high-class materials Wrap that window shade. I gotta fix that thing one of these days.
There's no hurry, dearie. I've stopped leaping 3 feet every time it goes up. Now I just twitch a little.
I'll stop at the hardware store sometime and get...
Hello, folks. Remember me, the man who sells the stuff to raise the dough to buy the time to put you on so I can come in and sell the stuff?
Mr. Wilcox.
You're just the guy I wanted to see, Junior. You're one of the few fellas around here who knows good material.
Yes, and I want to talk to you about that. If you can't get me out on a laugh once in a while, Racine will start thinking I'm...
No, Mr. Wilcox. He means clothing material, not comedy material. Although on second thought, maybe it is.
You know a good Irish tweed when you see it, Junior?
Sure.
What's that got to do with it, McGee?
What do you mean, what's that got to do with it? This is a fine tweed. Here, Junior, take a look at this bolt of cloth.
What is it?
A good question.
Boy, this is the finest Irish tweed ever brung, ever imported out of Ireland. Close your eyes and smell that material, Junior. It's got the very fragrance of old Ireland.
Well, I don't know if
Can't you just picture those happy weavers? singing Meet Me in the Garden Where the Praties Grow. As the mist rises over the peat bogs, and the wet smacks of tourists kissing the Blarney Stone come wafting across the River Shannon, and the little people picking shamrocks on the road to County Clare, and the pretty spalpeens lacing up their shillelaghs for a game of morning in the bright
And Pat O'Brien jumps off the roof of Grauman's Chinese Theater.
Well, it just smells like cloth to me, pal. Where'd you get it?
He bought it from a man in a doorway.
Son, I'm in a position to let you have a few yards of this at the reduced rate of $10 a yard.
Oh, I don't think
Now,
I'd
wait,
be.
boy. Don't give me your decision right off the bat. Think it over. Thought you were a little fanatic about quality merchandise.
Oh, I am.
After all, Mr. Wilcox, why is Johnson's wax so outstanding?
Why, because it's the finest product of its kind, of course.
Exactly. And what do you tell people when you sell it?
Why, simply say that Johnson's wax is the finest wax polish that money can buy. I tell them it's a delight to the proud housekeeper, that it keeps floors, furniture, and woodwork bright, spotless, and gleaming, that it protects, beautifies, and preserves, that it makes a house a home and makes every shining surface reflect hospitality.
That's what McGee means, Mr. Wilcox. Appearance is so important.
Certainly. First impressions are lasting impressions. You go into a home that uses Johnson's wax, and you immediately get the impression of healthful friendliness.
Absolutely. Therefore, a coat made of this Irish tweed.
I always say that Johnson's wax is the coat of armor that guards against dust and dirt and dampness.
Yeah, but this tweed material is...
All wood and enamel surfaces. Johnson's wax is a must. The best housekeepers have used it for generations. How many pounds do you want?
Better give us half a dozen, eh, Molly?
Yeah, at least.
Okay, I'll have Kramer's drugstore send them over first thing tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Not at all, Waxy. Glad you told us about it. Come in again.
I will. So long.
Quite a salesman, that lad. He makes Johnson's wax sound so good. Hey, I was trying to sell him something.
He out-talked you, dearie. You were up against a professional there.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to go upstairs and start the laundry. Lunch will be ready in about a half an hour.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. She thinks I got rooked with this Irish tweed, but who knows best about materials? Her or me? Don't answer that, McGee, because... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Well, what you all dressed up for?
Well, I'm going to the circus, I bet you. My daddy's taking me.
He is, huh?
And you're who?
I says he is, eh?
Yes, Father.
Taking you to the circus?
Who?
Your daddy.
I know it. He's taking me and Molly, too.
Okay. You like circuses?
Sure I do, I bet you. I think circuses are more fun than anything.
Yeah.
See, they got lions and tigers and elephants and hippopotamuses and Kalamazoo's and...
Woof. And what's this? What were those last animals?
Kalamazoo's.
Oh.
That's kind of like a big rabbit with little bitty front feet, and they carry their babies in their watch pockets.
You mean kangaroos, sis. Kalamazoo is a town in Michigan.
Why?
I don't know. That's just the name of it, that's all.
Is that where they get all the Kalamazoo's for the circuses?
Where?
In Kangaroo, Michigan?
Look, sis, they don't get kangaroos in Kalamazoo. They get Kalamazoos in Australia. I mean, that's where they get kangaroos.
Well, why don't they get them in Michigan? That's closer, I bet you.
Because they come from Australia. That's the only place they have them.
Except Michigan, huh?
No, they don't have them in Michigan. That's Kalamazoo.
You ever see one, mister?
See what?
A Kalamazoo?
Certainly. When I was in vaudeville, they had boxing Kalamazoos. Had boxing gloves on their hind feet. I remember one time we were playing Kangaroo, Michigan, and the count... Now, wait a minute. No. Look, you better run along, sis. You don't want to be late for the circus.
No, I don't. I want to have plenty of time to see a lion, an elephant, and a Kalamazoo, and a giraffe.
There you go again. It isn't Gerard, it's Giraffe.
There you go again, mister. This is my cousin, Gerard. He's meeting us at the circus. So long.
The King's Men, and you can't tell a man by his hat.
Time before the world had gone informal, things were normal, and the girl could figure out. Lion man's fedora, or his top hat, or his Panama, exactly what that man was all about.
Bankers were conservative in black or brown or blue or gray.
Actors were extravagant and green. Or something this darn gay. You can always recognize a carriage straight from Pullum guys, but now just look what happened to the scene. Low brows in high hats and high brows in low hats. So what is this world coming to? Zulus in earlaps and crooks in police caps. The day of discretion is through. There was a time when you could tell a cowboy by his 10-gallon lid. But every dude has got a headpiece cowboy, just like Billy the Kid. Now beanies wear beanies and Bing wears an old thing like something dragged in by the cat. That distinguished dreamer may be Jolson's mammy, or next year's version of Uncle Sammy. You can't tell a man by his hat. Escorts and sailors and people in trailers are all wearing toppers and spats. That man in the pink beret may be none other than Wallace Wimple or Whistler's mother. You can't tell a man by his hat. Can't tell a man, can't tell a man, can't tell a man by the style of his hat.
It was nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wimple.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee.
Lucky too, Wimp. For you, I mean. I'm going to do something for you.
No, thank you, Mr. McGee. People are always doing things for me, and I'm always getting into trouble.
Oh. How's that, Mr. Wimple?
Well, just this morning, Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Yeah, we know.
Sweetie Face said, Wallace, she said, I'm going to do something for you. And I said, yes, dear. And she said, some of the girls are coming for luncheon. And I'm going to let you make the lemonade. And I did, too.
Well, what's so amusing about that, Mr. Wimple?
Well, I'm going back after lunch and walk right up to her and say, listen, you big moose. After this, you can mix your own lemonade.
Wow. What'll she say to that, Wimp?
Nothing. She'll be asleep. They'll all be asleep.
Heavenly days, you mean?
Yes. Mickey.
Well, look, Wimp, I got 3 bolts of genuine hand-woven Irish tweed here that I bought.
From a man in a doorway.
Yeah. You know anything about good Irish tweed, Wimp?
No, I don't, Mr. McGee. Sweetie Face buys all my clothes.
Really? Don't you ever buy any clothes for yourself?
I bought a pair of gloves once. I got so tired of wearing those mittens with a string running through my sleeve.
What happened when Sweetie Face found that out, Wimp?
Oh, she just had a tantrum, Mr. McGee. She snatched my bird book out of my hand and hit me on the head with it.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. You see, I had been reading about the silver-crested wickie of Pennsylvania, which builds plumbing into its nest with soda straws. And then when she... May I come in?
You are in, Wimp. That's somebody else.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Wimple. Come in.
My gosh, Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Hello, McGee. And Wallace.
Good day, Your Honor.
Haven't seen you since you sneaked out one night and met me in the Chinese restaurant, Wallace. I hope there were no unfortunate repercussions to that event.
Well, there were, but they've healed up now.
Like Chinese food, Your Honor?
Very fond of it, Molly. In fact, I learned how to cook rice myself.
Well, you give me your recipe for rice, and I'll give you my recipe for hot chocolate, Latrivia.
What's your recipe for hot chocolate, Mr. McGee?
I take hot chocolate, I take chocolate and heat it. Put the cart before the horse. Now, you tell me your recipe for rice, Latrivia.
I hope it isn't quite that complicated.
Yes, I hope so, too.
Oh, it's very simple, Wimple. First, you boil the rice, then you put it in a colander and run cold water through it.
What month, Latrivia?
I beg your pardon? Oh, this was last month, April.
You punch holes in it, I suppose.
In what?
In the colander. I suppose for a large batch of rice, you use a long month out of the calendar, huh?
You know how the pound is, Mr. Mayor. I've got a lot of old ones. I don't suppose it matters what year.
I'm not talking about calendars. I said colander.
Well, what's the difference how you pronounce it, boy? Molly says saucepan, and I always say saucepan, but it cooks the same stuff.
What I was trying to say was that a colander and a calendar are two different things.
I know they are, Mr. Mayor. I got one from the bank with a picture of a pretty girl on it, and I got one from the butcher with a cow on it. And Sweetie Face let me keep the one with the cow.
Look, when I said colander, I didn't mean I cooked the goose, cooked the rice in the calendar. A colander is a hole with holes in it. A hole with holes in it.
Come now, Mr. Mayor. Don't get so excited about it. Every cook has his own way of doing things. If you want to punch holes in the calendar, I'm sure...
I don't punch cows in a colander. I mean, when I cook rice, I run through some cold water. I run some cold calendars through a water through... Heat? No, I can't go through with this sort of thing today. I have too much on my mind.
What's cooking, LeBit, besides you?
Oh, we have a small crime wave going on in town, McGee. A series of robberies.
Heavenly days, robberies. Any very big ones, Mr. Mayor?
No. As a matter of fact, these burglars don't seem to have much judgment, Molly. Last night, they broke into the Wistful Vista Sack and Bag Company and took a truckload of burlap. Burlap? Yes, and they've been selling it to people around town as Irish tweed. For $2 a bolt. $2 a bolt? Hey, that's 30 bucks. Tell me, how does your car look? Be honest now. Is it a good deal dirtier and gloomier looking than you'd like it to be? If it is, I think I know the reason. Whoever does the car polishing in your house is waiting for an easy way to do the job. Well, sir, you needn't wait a day longer. The easy way to polish your car is here, and it's called Johnson's Car New. Even if you search the whole country, you wouldn't find a car polish that's easier to use than Car New. You see, Johnson's Car New is a liquid that both cleans and polishes your car in one quick application. Here are the simple directions. You apply Car New, rubbing just enough to loosen the road grime, and let it dry to a white powder. Then you wipe this powder off. All the dirt and road grime disappear. And take it from me, the shine on your car does your heart good. Why not try easy to use Johnson's Car New? It's wonderful. One quick application, and you'll have a clean, sparkling car that's a joy to drive.
After I described the guy, the cops went right out and picked him up, Molly. Him and his pal.
Oh, wonderful. So you helped capture the burlap burglars,
Yep.
huh?
They got the whole truckload of loot back, too. And you know what I'm going to do with the reward?
Reward?
Yep. I'm going to give it all to you, kiddo. You've been a good kid. You've been wanting new drapes for the living room, and this reward will come in handy.
Oh, McGee, you darling. How much is it?
10 bolts.
Oh, good night, all.
This is Marlowe Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, I doubt if anything adds so much rich beauty to a home as mellow, wax-polished floors. A waxed floor is so beautifully smooth, so lustrous, and its shining cleanliness sets off your furnishings to such perfect advantage. Of course, for real wax-polished perfection, nothing can equal genuine Johnson's Wax. Most of the finest-looking floors in the world are polished regularly with Johnson's Wax. And this old favorite is waiting to go to work on your floors right now to give them that smooth, wax-polished sheen. That shining coat of Johnson's Wax will be wonderful protection for your floors, of course.
It will guard against scuffing and scratching, help keep them beautiful without expensive refinishing. And with regular Johnson Wax care, your floors will need only an occasional dusting to keep them bright. Johnson's Wax will add the same rich, sparkling beauty and protection to your furniture and woodwork, not to mention 100 household accessories. Try it. Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid. You'll find both on your dealer's shelves at pre-war prices. There are three sides to every question. The right side, the wrong side, and the side Fibber McGee is on. Listen to his interpretation of world events while he reads the evening paper to his wife. As we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
What was that again about the Greek situation, dearie?
I says if General Marshall would listen to me, it would be cleared up before he could say scat.
Oh?
All they got to do is give them $60 billion for new schools so they can learn English.
And why should the Greeks learn to speak English?
My gosh, who can understand Greek?
It's a good question. What's the local news?
Let me see. Here's a story about old man McDonald at the Third National Bank. Success story.
I understand Mr. McDonald started life as a simple country boy.
Simple country boy, my clavicle. If he ever milked anything besides a trust fund, I'd like to have a picture of it. 8 by 10. Glossy.
Well, he's a prominent citizen, McGee, and lots of people will be interested in that story.
There's prominent citizens with more interesting story than his. Those socks, sure darning, weren't worn out by any hobo, you know.
Well, now you may get a chance to tell yours, sweetheart. I understand the Gazette has a roving reporter going around town interviewing people.
Not me, kiddo. I'm not the type guy that caters to society editors just to get my name in the papers. No, sir. I'm the type... However, if they do interview me... Uh-oh. You think that may be an interviewer? And me sitting here in my sweatshirt and sneakers.
Well, what of it, sweetheart? You're not the type guy that has all his personality in his wardrobe.
What?
You said it. Come in.
Well, heavenly days, McGee. Look who's here.
Hi, old-timer.
Come in, Mr. Old-timer.
Hello, daughter. Hello there, Johnny.
My gosh. Where you been all this time, old-timer?
Oh, every place, Johnny. Sailing the 7 seas.
Yeah?
Shipped on a cattle boat to Valparaiso, first mate on a tanker to Sumatra, roused about in Singapore, docked wallop in Liverpool, and done a little smuggling on the side.
Smuggling, my goodness.
Yep. Sneaked 3 O'Briens and a Finnegan into Palestine. Yes, sir. They wanted to go where there was some fighting, so I took them.
I didn't know you were a sailor, old-timer. Oh, yes, I did, too. Weren't you in the Seabees during the war?
Sure was, Johnny. I was chief with the bulldozers and the Solomon.
Oh, you mean you ran those big tractor things, huh?
Nope. They had some beef critters with insomnia, and I used to sing them to sleep. 3 choruses, a melancholy baby, and them bulls with stones like babies.
Is that true, or just one of your prime ribs?
Prime ribs, eh? That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one fella said, another fella said, he said, I hear the United States is going to have a national lottery in 1948. That's so, says the other fella. What they going to call it? Same as usual, says the first fella. A presidential campaign. I just dropped in to pass the time of day, kids. It's 4:15. Goodbye.
He has an interesting face, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It looks lived in. How old do you suppose he is, McGee?
I don't know, but I got my suspicions.
What do you mean?
Remember that painting, The Spirit of 76?
Sure. 3 men with a flute, a drum, and a flag.
Well, I think he's the guy on the left with the flute. By the way, did you know that every guy going into politics studies that painting?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir. The greatest political lesson ever painted.
Well,
If you're on the left, you make shrill noises. If you're on the right, you get ready to beat it. And if you get caught in the middle, you start waving the flag. Any more local news, dearie? I haven't looked. I can't get over this yarn about old man McDonald. My gosh, if the Gazette wants to interview some really interesting people, I could name them.
Come in.
How do you do? You're Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee, I presume. I'm Miss Cartwright.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, sis. If you're from the finance company, you're not due till Thursday. Want to sit down and wait a couple of days?
Now, McGee, don't be rude.
Rude? You ought to hear how I talk to the men from the finance company. What you putting the sleeve on us for this time, sis? The car or the piano?
Oh, neither one, Mr. McGee. I hope you don't mind answering a few questions.
Interview? Oh, my.
You mean you're on... Oh, I just, sis. Mighty glad to talk to you. Have a chair. Take that one over there. It's an antique. That's the very chair the village blacksmith sat on when he wrote Longfellow.
You're a little confused, dearie. It was Longfellow who wrote the village blacksmith.
I know that. I also know the village blacksmith wrote Longfellow to thank him. Well, it certainly was nice of you to think of me, Miss Pushcart.
Cartwright.
Cartwright.
We were bound to get around to you sooner or later, Mr. McGee. Would you mind raising that shade a trifle? I'd like to make a few notations.
Why, of course, Miss Cartwright. Raise the shade, dearie.
Just be patient. It's about due.
Well, I want a better look at that lovely hat Miss Cartwright's wearing anyway.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
Now, look, sis, about this interview. Maybe we better get going. I was born in a little white house on the top of Kickapoo Hill back in Georgia.
Oh, good gracious, what was that?
Just the window shade going up.
Yeah. It does it itself. I guess I'll have to start over, sis. I was born in a little white house on the bottom of Kickapoo Hill back in Georgia. An ordinary boy to all appearances. Studious and athletic. A favorite with both students and teachers.
Billy Mills to the orchestra and smile right back at the sun.
And then came the war. Well, sir, I'll never forget the day I was decorated by General Pershing.
General Pershing?
This was in the First World War, Miss Cartwright.
Yeah, the big war. Well, sir, the regiment was standing at attention. A hush fell over the battlefield. Suddenly Pershing says, "Captain McGee, 3 paces forward." "Captain," I says to myself, "my gosh," I says, "I've been promoted," I says. Well, I leaps forward and salutes. He pins the Croix de Guerre on my blouse. He salutes. I salute. The other officers salute. I salute. The company salutes. I salute back. See? Then I says, very respectful, "What am I being decorated for, General?" I says, "For shooting down those 5 German airplanes over Barley Duke," he says. "That's strange," I says. "I never been to Barley Duke." "Aren't you Captain George McGee?" he says. "No, sir," I says. "I'm Private Fibber McGee." Well, sir, later on in the guardhouse.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee. This is not exactly what I'm after. Not that it isn't interesting, because it isn't.
Thank you.
I'm much more interested in your home here, your possessions. For instance, that sofa. Isn't that an antique?
Oh, no, that's just an old horsehair sofa given to us by Aunt Sarah.
What do you mean, just an old horsehair sofa? Didn't Aunt Sarah tell you about that, Mike?
No.
Why, my gosh, kiddo, that hair was clipped off the very horse that Paul Revere rode when he roused the Minutemen at Tapioca. I mean, Concord. I wouldn't take $10,000 for that sofa.
I would. And I'd throw in the house, the silverware, and a pound of butter.
Ah, she's just kidding, Miss Barnside. Cartwright.
This is intensely interesting, Mr. McGee. Have you any other priceless heirlooms?
Sis, this house is full of priceless heirlooms. Now you take that piece on the mantel there. That marble Venus with the clock in her stomach. What would you say that was worth?
Well, I might be a few dollars off one way or the other, but I'd say about 98 cents.
So,
98 cents. Sis, don't be deceived by the fact that one leg is busted and the hour hand is missing.
he keeps knocking it off the mantel because he's so modest. You know, he winds it with his eyes shut.
The point is, Miss Cartwheel.
Oh, dear, come in. Dr. Gamble, do come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. Hello, Jughead. Ooh, Oh, excuse me, I didn't see you had yet.
You're slipping, butcher boy. Ordinarily, you could see a good-looking woman 6 miles away on a dark night with a diver's helmet on backwards.
Gentlemen, now, please, mind your manners. Miss Cartwright, may I present Dr. Gamble?
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Miss Cartwright. Nice to see you again. May I ask if you and these people are old friends?
No, she just come in to interview me, Doc.
Mr. McGee seems to have some very valuable objects of art, Doctor. You know about that clock on the mantel?
Oh, yes, indeed. It was a wedding present from Molly's Aunt Sarah, who won it on a punch board.
Nobody said Aunt Sarah won that clock on no punch board.
Nobody had to. It's obvious. You don't think anybody sells junk like that, do you?
Yes, now, but Doctor...
That's probably for you, Medicine Ball. Those operators track you down like a Kentucky colonel hunting a mint bed.
Well, who'd invest a nickel to hear your voice, honey? Hello, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
How was that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Well, I've told your husband 50 times the only cure for his trouble is to get into some other line of business. That buzzing in his ears is an occupational hazard. All right, Mrs. Clatterhatch. Goodbye.
That's a silly hunk of advice. How can changing his occupation cure a buzzing in his ears?
He keeps bees. Well, it's a pleasure to meet again, Miss Cartwright. See you later, Molly.
Oh, my. A fine man, the doctor. Know him well, Miss Cartwright?
Not as well as he knows me, Mrs. McGee. I've never seen his x-rays. Now then, Mr. McGee, I don't want to take up too much of your time because...
Oh, think nothing of it, sis. I got a lot of things to tell you about yet, personal stuff. Matter of fact, sis, I got a lot of interesting hobbies. Stamps, coins, carving ships in bottles.
Ships in bottles. Now that is interesting, Mr. McGee. How do you get those big boats in those little bottles?
I'm afraid that'll have to remain a secret, sis. At least till I finish one and find out how it's done. But now in your article about me, I think...
folks, I hope... Oh, am I intruding?
Not at all, Mr. Wilcox. Miss Cartwright, allow me to present Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, Miss Cartwright.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Miss Cartwright.
Miss Cartwright is interviewing himself here, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Wilcox, the McGees have a number of fascinating heirlooms. It's amazing what valuable properties you find in a modest home like this.
Well, I just happen to like nice things, I guess.
Thank you, dear.
Now you take that spinet piano over there. Very valuable.
Spinet piano?
Isn't that a little large for a spinet piano, Mr. McGee?
Certainly. It's the only 6-foot-high upright spinet piano in existence. You couldn't buy that piano for $6,000, sis.
And purely a coincidence, I suppose, but you couldn't sell it for that either.
Well, it does have a beautiful finish at that, pal. What do you use on it?
Oh, come out from behind that innocent expression, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox sells Johnson's wax, Miss Cartwright.
Really? How splendid. You know, I don't believe I've ever interviewed people in a well-kept home who didn't use Johnson's wax on their floors, furniture, and woodwork.
You don't say.
Yes, indeed. The minute I walk into a home and see a clean, gleaming, hospitable interior, I just know they're Johnson's wax users.
You might as well sit down, Mr. Wilcox. You're not doing anything.
Tell him some more, sis. He can recognize a plug farther than Clem McCarthy. Only when Clem makes a mistake, it's news.
Well, I'm serious, Mr. McGee. I've talked to simply hundreds of people in my work, and regardless of their circumstances, the ones who have pride in their possessions use Johnson's wax. They say it not only beautifies, but protects and preserves as well.
I've said that myself.
I've heard you.
Well, you might as well finish, Miss Cardwell. I doubt if he gets paid this week anyway.
I don't know what you mean, Mr. McGee. I was just saying that Johnson's wax seems to be a must for good housekeepers because dust and dirt can cling to a Johnson wax surface, and it makes cleaning so much easier.
By the way, Miss Cartwright, where are you from?
Racine, Wisconsin. Why?
I just wondered. Great town, Racine. I was born there.
Why, Mr. Wilcox, you were born in Omaha, Nebraska.
Physically, yes. Spiritually, I was born in Racine.
Get him. He's about as spiritual as a barn dance. Look, Waxy, will you excuse me and Miss Wheelwright? Cartwright. We got to finish this interview.
Sure. Go right ahead.
I'd like to see some more of your heirlooms, Mr. McGee.
No sooner said than the monkey grabbed it, sis. Hey, Molly, let's show her that painting we got upstairs, that Rembrandt.
A Rembrandt? Pal, you never told me.
What painting are you referring to, McGee?
You know, the one hanging in the hall upstairs? The two kittens in the basket? You bought it a couple of years ago.
A Rembrandt, really?
You misunderstood me, McGee. I said it was a remnant. I got it at a rummage sale,
Oh, what's the deal? That Remnant, he was a good painter, too. Fact is, sis, we have several valuable remnants.
Come in.
Hi, Miss McGee. Oh. Oh, people, huh?
Come on in, Teeny.
This is the little girl from across the street, Miss Cartwright.
Hello, Teeny.
I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Miss Cartwright.
Hey, that's a very fancy curtsy you do there, Teeny.
Sure. I used to curtsy better, I bet you, but I can't squat down so far now on account of because I fell off my tricycle and bumped my kneecap.
Kneecap, Teeny.
Caps are for men, ladies wear hats.
Oh.
Hmm?
I said oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, all right, ladies wear hats.
That's what I said, I bet you. Oh, hi, Mr. Wilcox. I didn't see you standing there.
Hello, Teeny. How's everything in school?
Well, my teacher, Miss Yeagley, is home with an antiseptic sore throat, and we got a substitute teacher.
You got a what, sis?
A substitute teacher.
Don't you mean a substitute teacher, little girl?
Sure. She's the best substitute teacher we ever had. She'd give me A+ and when did.
What was that?
She gave you A+ in what, Teeny?
When did. You know, like when did Columbus discover America? When did the Pilgrims step on the chicken?
Step on the chicken?
What are you talking about, sis?
Well, it's in our history book, I bet you.
Huh?
When the Pilgrims came over, they stepped on a chicken.
Oh, you mean Plymouth Rock, Teeny?
Sure. Our substitute teacher is the envy of history. She teaches with poetry.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Like Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. For a compass, he must have used a tube because he missed New York and landed in Cuba.
Look, Teeny, I don't like to be unhospitable, but we're kind of busy here today. Miss Cartwright here is doing an article about me, and she wants to finish her interview.
I think you're under a misapprehension, Mr. McGee. My purpose in this interview...
Well, look, whatever it is, I guess Teeny and I are intruders. Come on, Teeny. Let's go down to Kramer's drugstore and get a soda.
Oh, boy, swell. Can we walk past Willie Toops' house, Mr. Wilcox, and you hold my hand, kind of, huh?
I've got my car outside, Teeny. We'll drive past Willie's house.
Oh, will that ever make him jealous, I bet you? Well, goodbye, everybody. My boyfriend and I have to go now.
Goodbye, Teeny.
Goodbye, Teeny.
Come, dear.
Things end like
I could listen all night if that fiddle ain't that something? Turn right, dance and share a loving cup with different partners for a while. But for hitting up with, make fine country style. 18 cents for an elbow swing, then go instant file. Cut right across and swing, Grandpa. You can talk for a long while. When it comes to fancy dance, all the music with a smile. All the nice romances, make fine country style. When it comes to arms that hold your eyes kind of brown and wild, like a just a soldier, make fine country style. I could listen all night, see them sipping lemonade. Ain't that peachy bird right? Dance, share a love and cup with different partners for a while. But for hitching up with, make fine country style. You can keep your city straight. I'll take mine straight country style.
Martinez Cartwright, no thank you, my dear. Please?
No thanks. No more tea.
Mr. Wimple?
Yes, please. And may I have another chocolate brownie?
Certainly, Mr. Wimple. Help yourself.
Thank you.
You seem to have a very good appetite, Mr. Wimple.
Well, I get a lot of exercise, Miss Cartwright. Walking through the woods every day with my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. Did you know, Miss Cartwright, that the golden Louisiana oriole carries a lightning bug in its bill when it flies at night?
No, but it's very interesting. Did you know that the fork-tailed whimsy of eastern Wyoming has retractable feet?
My goodness, have you got a bird book, too?
No, but I've seen some strange birds in my time. Now, about this valuable oriental rug you say you have, Mr. McGee.
My, this is a busy day, isn't it? Come in.
Hey, it's Mayor Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello, McGee. Good day, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wimple. Ah, there, Miss Cartwright. On the job, I see.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I find Mr. McGee very cooperative.
Have a cup of tea, Your Honor?
No, thank you.
I will, and another brownie, please.
Why don't I run down to the corner and hide some brownies in the mailbox, Wimp? You might get hungry on the way home.
Well, I'll just put a couple in my pocket. Thank you, Wimple.
I saw Sweetie Face on the way over here, Wimple. She's looking very well.
Sweetie Face?
Yes, it's my big old wife.
Keeping you busy at the City Hall, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, quite. Our fire department is short on the budget, and they need new hose rather badly.
You mean us taxpayers get stuck for a thing like that?
Certainly. Some of their hoses are 5 or 6 years old.
So what? I got 3 pairs of hoses I got for Christmas in 1939. They've been mended and mended and mended, but I don't expect the city to buy me new hoses.
I'm not discussing hosiery. I'm talking about hose.
Firemen don't wear hosiery, dearie. They wear short socks like you. Am I right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I suppose. Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight.
While he's getting it straight, may I have another brownie?
There you are, Mr. Wimple. Look, Your Honor, I'm all for giving our brave fire laddies anything they want within reason, but don't we pay them enough so they can buy their own socks?
Certainly. They do buy their own socks, I suppose. I'm talking about fire hose. The kind they attach to a hydrant and run water through.
Wouldn't it be simpler just to send them to the laundry, Latriv? My gosh, when I wash my hose...
They don't attach them to washers to hide them.
Huh?
I mean, they don't wash them to fireman a hose. The hose I'm talking about is the higher hose. I mean, a beer heat. You said that... What was that?
That was the window shade.
Oh, does it itself. Sensitive to loud noises. You were saying, Latrivia?
Skip it. If you're all through here, Miss Cartwright, may I offer you a lift back to City Hall?
I still have a few questions to ask Mr. McGee, Your Honor. He seems to have an amazing amount of valuable property.
You said it. You might say in your article that Mr. McGee has objects of art and heirlooms worth easy $500,000.
$500,000? More tea with lemons, please.
Did you say $500,000, McGee?
Right.
As the floor walker said when he saw the shoplifter hiding the frying pan under her coat, that figure is a trifle exaggerated.
Just a minute, please. Mr. McGee, several times you referred to some article I seem to be writing.
Yeah, like the one you done on Old Man McDonald of the Third National.
Or the Wistful Vista Gazette.
Yeah, my story will make him look like a ragged hermit, sis. When he reads about the expensive stuff I got around here,
Are you under the impression that Miss Cartwright is a newspaper woman, McGee?
Aren't you, Miss Cartwright? Why, no, Mrs. McGee. I'm the tax assessor.
What? The tax assessor?
Look out, he's going to blow up.
It probably isn't enough that your car just runs. You'd like to have it look clean and brightly polished any time you step into it. Am I right? Well, here's how you can fix that. Just pick up a package of Johnson's Car New from your dealer. Give it to your husband or one of the boys in your family, and then on our wager you'll always have a car that's clean and bright. You see, men like to use Johnson's Car New because it's so easy. It's a liquid that both cleans and polishes in one application. You simply apply Car New, rubbing just enough to loosen dirt and grime. In a few minutes, Car New dries to a white powder. And when you wipe this powder off, your car looks really beautiful. All the dirt and dullness disappear, and the finish shines and sparkles like a new car. Believe me, there just isn't any other car polish that does such a wonderful polishing job with so little effort. Use Car New a couple of times a year, and road grime will never kill the luster of your finish. Remember to ask for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
So you had a little talk with the mayor, did you, dearie? What happened?
He straightened it out with the assessor.
How?
And he told her I was a silly old braggart and a four-flusher and the biggest liar in Wistful Vista. There's a real friend at La Trivia. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Paula Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Tell me, have you tried Johnson's Cream Wax on your furniture? Yes, I said Cream Wax. It's the very newest Johnson's Wax product, and believe me, it's something very special. Let me tell you about Cream Wax. In the first place, it has astonishing cleaning power. Rub a little Johnson's Cream Wax on a tabletop or some smudgy white woodwork, and you'll be amazed how quickly and easily the dirt comes off. That's because this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients. But that's only one of the nice things about Cream Wax. It also contains genuine wax, so it quickly polishes up to a bright, sparkling wax luster. This Cream Wax finish is hard and satiny smooth. It lasts and lasts. Needs repolishing only occasionally. It won't get dull and smeary as ordinary oil polishes do. And the Cream Wax finish is dry. Dust and dirt can't stick to it, so dusting is really easy. Why not try it? Johnson's Cream Wax is perfect for cleaning and wax polishing all your furniture, light woodwork, and your white kitchen equipment. Leaving a restless man like Mr. McGee alone in a house is like turning a child loose in a fireworks factory with a box of matches. That's why Mrs. McGee is hurrying home from a shopping trip with her arms full of bundles and her heart full of apprehension. As we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
I suppose it's silly worrying like this. He doesn't have to get into trouble every time I leave. But he always does. The last time I left him alone. Oh, McGee, dearie. I'm home. McGee, where are you? McGee?
That's you, Molly. Come on out to the kitchen. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, no, not again. Heavenly days, my kitchen. What happened? Did the stove blow up?
What do you mean, did the stove blow up? Can't a man do a little cooking without a lot of nasty comment?
Well, I hate to seem critical, dearie, but I haven't seen so many disgraceful-looking pots since the fat man's race at the Elks picnic. What are you making?
Shrimps McGee.
I beg your pardon?
Shrimps McGee. It's an old family recipe I found in the attic. My grandmother brung it east in a covered wagon in 1849.
The covered wagons went west, sweetheart.
Not with Grandma, they didn't. That old gal wasn't going to ride 2,000 miles with the sun in her eyes.
Ah, touche.
Huh?
I said touche.
Oh.
That's a French word meaning pull your dagger out of my biceps. I'm bowling tonight.
Now, let me see now. I better check this recipe again. Let's see now. Hey, is there a spring house around here anyplace?
A what?
A spring house. The recipe says run down to the spring house and fetch a crock of butter and have Miller grind 5 ears of corn.
Well, I can't do it right away, Pet. I have to oil my spinning wheel. And then go shoot some squirrels for dinner. Look, would I be prying into the family secret, sweetheart, if I asked what this mess is boiling on the stove?
This mess? Why, that's the sauce. It's the sauce that's the main thing with Shrimps McGee.
Yeah?
Betcha, in 15 minutes I add 2 tablespoons full of sorghum molasses, 5 drops of vinegar, a twist of an orange peel, and a pint of horseradish.
A what of horseradish?
A pint. It says right here that... Oh, it says a pinch of horseradish. Grandma's handwriting is a little wriggly. This is the trickiest recipe.
Now, if that's Oscar the Waldorf, I'll pretend I don't know you. Come in.
McGee?
Oh, we're out in the kitchen, Latrib.
Oh. Hello there. I was just going... Good heavens, what are you doing? Moving?
No, we're not moving.
It's a logical question, however, sweetheart. You've got dishes out that I'd forgotten we had.
I'm making Shrimps McGee, Latrib. Old family recipe. My grandmother was notorious for it.
I'll bet she was. Was she terribly lonesome, McGee, after the family ran away?
They didn't run away, Mr. Mayor. They were carried away.
Okay. Scoff if you want to be right. But by George, when you fling a lip over this... Oh, time to put in the potatoes. Hand me that bowl over there, Latrib.
Oh, yeah, here you are. Did you say potatoes?
That's what I says, potatoes.
What's the idea of cutting them into cubes and putting all those black spots on them?
Well, the recipe says dice 7 to 11 potatoes. Now stand back. I don't want to splash anybody. Yeah. There we are. Well, I don't have to add the rhubarb and the coconuts for 12 minutes yet.
Did your grandmother live to a ripe old age, McGee?
103. Broke her neck breaking a Mustang in Wyoming.
Well, if Metro Goldwyn Mayer has any trouble with Mickey Rooney, McGee, they can send for you.
What do you mean?
You're from a Hardy family yourself.
Ah, that's cute. Well, if you're through with the egg beater, dearie, I'll wash it and put it away.
No, don't do that. I haven't whipped the sauerkraut juice yet.
Sauerkraut juice. I never... You know, that sauce actually smells delicious.
Well, Natch. Well, look, I got a few minutes here before I have to add any more ingredients, Trip. So let's chat.
I'd love to, McGee. But I've got to get back to the city hall.
Yeah?
I've just gotten a report that Russia has recalled her consul for talking too much.
Talking too much? What'd he say?
Said yes. Today.
My goodness, if there's one thing I don't understand, it's international politics.
No, me either. Give me something simple like one of Grandma's recipes. Hey, hand me my razor there, will you, on the sink?
What's the razor for?
Well, the recipe says shave 3 carrots, and I got them all lathered up here ready to go.
Hey there, Johnny! Hey, Shoulder!
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee.
Anybody home?
Not a soul, old-timer. We went out.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
Well, for goodness sakes, McGee, he left.
Oh, my gosh, you should have known I was only kidding. Boy, oh boy. Just get a whiff of that stuff, will you, Molly? Don't it smell good? I haven't hardly got it started yet, and it already seems to me...
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Oh, hi, old-timer. Come on in.
Yes, do, Mr. Old-Timer. We thought you'd gone.
Nope, I was here a while ago, but you were out, so what's cooking, Johnny? On the front burner.
Well, himself here is making Shrimps McGee, Mr. Oldtimer. It's a recipe that's been handed down through his family for years. And personally, I'd hand it right back.
We had something like that in our family, Dora. Yeah? It was handed down from father to son, son to grandson, grandson to nephew, and nephew to me. None of us ever cared much for it, though.
You didn't, eh? What was it?
Whooping cough.
Well, McGee's pretty hard to please like that, too, Mr. Oldtimer. I've seen him refuse to eat curried chicken because the curry comb had a broken tooth.
That's pretty good, Dora, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, see where one of them Eastern hotels has got a device now that makes the bed sweep the floor and airs out the room all at the same time. Says so, says t'other feller. What is it? A vacuum cleaner gadget? Nope, says the first feller. 3 chambermaids. Well, I just dropped in to tell a joke. That was it. So long, kid.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and my Adobe Hacienda.
Your grandmother's recipe, dearie.
Yeah?
My kitchen looks like an explosion in a dining car.
Well, Shrimps McGee is a complicated concoction, Tootsie. The only dish I know of that takes more time is acorns bordelaise.
Acorns bordelaise? What's that?
That's a delicacy that really takes time.
Why?
Well, you soak an acorn in salt water and peanut oil for 5 weeks, then plant it in rich topsoil.
Yes?
When the oak tree is shoulder high, you rub the bark every 2 years with nutmeg and throw away the first 6 crops of acorns. The 7th crop you store 8 months in a dry room in a white muslin bag.
And then?
Then you throw away the acorns, make a chef's cap out of the muslin bag, and fry yourself a manhole cover, which by that time will taste like a crepe Suzette. And you know what? Oh, I forgot to order the shrimps. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Market at 41150. Oh, is that you, Mert? I haven't heard your voice for a long time, Mert. Where you been? Oh, working in a laundry while the union arbitrated, eh?
Very intelligent of her, too.
Yeah. Says she wanted to iron while the strike was hot. Hey, Mert, give me the market, will you? I forgot to order some shrimps, and I says I forgot to order some... Oh, I did? Oh, thanks a lot, Mert. She says I called up and ordered them 3 hours ago.
Well, maybe we can deduct our phone bill as secretarial service.
Yeah.
You know something, dearie? It doesn't make any sense, but that sauce you're making smells simply marvelous.
Well, it should. I'm putting everything I have into it. Say, you know what?
Yeah?
I'm going to have so much of this stuff, I should have asked Lefebvre to stay for dinner. I never thought of it.
Well, you go ahead and cook. I'll give him a ring at the city hall.
Oh, my gosh, look what I did. This pan came apart.
Well, that pan's supposed to come apart, dearie. That's the double boiler.
Isn't that wonderful? That's what the recipe says to use. Imagine my grandmother knowing about a thing like that. People always claim she could look into the future. I remember one time with...
Somebody at the kitchen door, McGee.
Maybe the delivery boy with the shrimps.
Should be. Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Wilcox, representing the Johnson Wax people of Racine, Wisconsin. I noticed that your car in the driveway is... Oh, it's you.
Who'd you expect to find in our kitchen, Junior? Al Jolson with his songs of yesterday and his bank account of tomorrow?
We live here, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Oh, sure, but I usually come in the front door. Coming around the backyard like this over fences, I was a little confused.
Over fences?
A dog was chasing me.
Whose dog?
I don't know. A big brown one with red eyes and 3,000 teeth. I think it was an Afghan.
Well, it couldn't have been so vicious then, Mr. Wilcox. You know, my Aunt Ferris crocheted several of them, and all they do is lie across the foot of the bed.
An Afghan is also a dog, Molly. That'd be old Will Conley's dog down the street, Junior. Very gentle animal until it takes a dislike to somebody, and he hasn't found anybody he likes yet.
Why was he after you, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, he thought I was trying to steal Mr. Connolly's car, I guess.
Were you?
No, I was just polishing it up for him with car new.
Did old Conley ask you to polish his car, Junie?
Well, no, he didn't. Mrs. Connolly did.
Oh.
She told me to show him how simple it was with car new because he was so lazy he wouldn't do anything unless it was easy. He was watching me out the window.
Yes, and then?
Well, I started applying car new, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the grime, and then let it dry to a white powder, you see.
Well, as long as you're wound up, schoolboy, finish the pitch.
Well, that's really all there is to polishing a car with car new. After it dries, you just wipe it off. Cleans and polishes in one easy application. That's why it's the most popular car polish on the market. With car new, you get more pride with less perspiration. You see?
What's the matter, Waxy?
What do I smell? What's cooking? It's wonderful.
Why, it's the sauce McGee is cooking, Mr. Wilcox. He's making shrimps McGee for dinner.
Yeah. Makes your taste buds burst into bloom, don't it, Bud? You like shrimps? Stay and have dinner with us.
Can you, Mr. Wilcox?
Can I? Why, kids, you've saved my life. My wife isn't cooking dinner for me tonight anyhow.
She isn't. Why not?
Why should she? I'm eating with you. Well, call me when the shrimps are ready. I'll be in the living room reading your book.
You know, this might turn out to be quite a party, dearie.
Well, we got plenty of stuff. See if you can get Doc Gamble and Wimple to come over, too.
All right, I will. And, dearie,
Uh-huh.
when you fill all the pots and pans in the kitchen, there are 2 laundry tubs in the basement and a sprinkling can in the garage. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Okay, Snooky. There goes a good kid. She thinks I'm making half of this recipe up as I go along. But she's so wrong. I'm making it all up. If my grandmother ever had it... Come in.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. Where's Mr. McGee?
He's out in the kitchen, Teeny.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Now, don't get in my way now because I'm very busy.
Sure looks like it, I bet you. What you cooking, Mr.
Special recipe, sis. Shrimps McGee. Been in the family for 100 years.
Oh, and they're still good?
The recipe, sis, not the shrimps. Now, look, I'm a very busy man. Was there anything you wanted?
Sure.
Okay, let's have it.
I got a little problem in arithmetic, mister.
Yeah, eh?
Yes,
I says you have, eh?
You have what?
A little problem in arithmetic.
Oh.
You?
Me?
Yes.
I know it. Look, mister, how much is a scab? How much is it?
What's this?
No, not a what's this. A scab. Willie Troop says his uncle has scabs of money, and I can't argue with him because I don't know how much is a scab, I bet you.
Well, that's a very simple problem, sis. That's the craniform system of tabulation.
Well, Willie's...
Well, you see, Teeny, the metrical system is based on units of 10, like tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, etc.
Sure. We got that in school, I bet you.
Certainly. Now then, the craniform system is based on units of several. See, you know what a oodle is.
No. No. But everybody says my dog has oodles of fleas.
Exactly. There are several scads in a oodle, plenty of oodles to a gob, lots of gobs to a heap, and batches of heaps to a load, and multifarious loads to a galore. Understand?
Well...
put it this way. Suppose you had several oodles of peanuts. Somebody gives you a heap more. How many scads would you have?
Loads, I bet you.
Loads of scads or lots of gobs or a batch of heaps? And if you had heaps of loads, what would you have?
Peanuts galore.
That's wonderful. I never knew anybody to pick up the craniform system that fast before in all my life.
Oh, boy. Can I ever argue with Willie Toops now? Wait a minute now. How many is it galore again?
Well, don't worry about that, sis. That's such a big figure, you'll hardly ever use it.
Oh.
Galores are used in astronomy to count the stars with.
Oh, now I know.
You know what?
That's why they call the American flag Old Glory. Sure, because it's got so many stars.
No.
Oh, thanks ever so much, mister. Thanks, just scared.
You're welcome a heap, sis.
Goodbye, mister.
James Band, that's an awesome song.
Way down south of the Mason Dixon, there's a man who's really fixin' to match those taters in his bin with possum meat. He's aiming his gun way up there in 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum up a tree, somewhere up in one of them sapling. Possum laughing at me. Hound dog baying, nobody's saying. Possum on a limb, he done hid in one of them sapling. I'll get even with him. Get it going, Pete, gotta run with my gun. Lead it over yonder to the hollow. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum ain't far, far, yard far. 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum on the loose. He's been stealing all of my chickens. Now I'll cook his goose.
Look here, now.
Possum know he's in a jam. He go good with candy jam. Aim that rifle to the left, a rifle, wham! I got him. No, you didn't. Never shot him. Can't you see? Howdy, be. Still up in that tree. Get it going, Pete. Gonna run with the gun. Take another beat on the critter. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum ain't far.
Why, there we are, there.
Far, way up in them 6 tall SS sycamore sapling. Possum, show your skin. He's been stealing all of my chickens. Shoot him, ain't so thin. Moonlight shining in my eyes. Miss that possum, and I'll die. Doggone moonlight, doggone night. Oh, I miss that possum, I miss that possum, I miss that possum again.
Goat that ate tin cans and then would eat the lids. He didn't care for people much, but loved his wife and kids. Oh, the monkey and the cook. Hey, Molly, is everybody here?
Everybody but Mr. Wimple, dearie. Mayor Latrivia and Harlow are in the other room, and Dr. Gamble just arrived.
Oh, yes, and say, if this concoction of yours is as good as it smells, McGee, you can sign me up as a regular porter.
It does smell good, doesn't it, Doctor?
It certainly does. I cannot... What are you doing now, Prudence?
I'm adding the final touch to this recipe, Nosy. It says squeeze 2 lemons, and I'm squeezing them.
But you didn't cut them in 2,
It
dearie.
didn't say anything about cutting them in 2. It said to squeeze them. When I follow a recipe, I follow it.
You may be following it, but you'll never catch up with it. By the way, my dear, what's the name of this dish the little twitch puss is whipping up? Shrimps Creole?
No, Doctor, Shrimps McGee.
I used to make shrimps Creole, Doc, but you can't get the real imported Creoles anymore. All domestic stuff. The war, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. I was going to make some lyonnaise potatoes the other night, but lions have gone up, so I couldn't afford it. Well, let me know when you're ready for the customers.
Okay.
I'll be in the living room entertaining your other guests with my homespun humor.
Okay, boy.
Have the shrimps arrived yet, dearie?
No, but I checked with the market, and the boy's on the way. It only takes 20 minutes to cook the shrimps in this sauce. Oh, hi, Wimp. Finally got here, eh?
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
I'll have this stuff ready as soon as the shrimps get here, Wimp. Just tighten your belt and loosen your teeth and stand by.
My, it certainly smells delicious, Mr. McGee.
It's an old family recipe, Wimp. Hey, hand me that clothespin, will you? Thanks.
McGee, you're not going to put that clothespin in the sauce.
Oh, I'm going to put it on my nose. I got to chop an onion.
The better way to do it is underwater, Mr. McGee.
I know, but I can't hold my breath that long, Wimp.
You don't have to get into the pan with the onion, dearie, just your hands.
Huh? Oh, yeah, in the pan. Hey, that's a great idea. You must be a cook yourself, Wimp.
Well, yes, in a way, Mr. McGee. I do a lot of cooking on camping trips when I go out in the woods with my bird boat.
Your what, Mr. Whipple?
My bird boat. Do you know I saw a scarlet-tailed Pennsylvania swallow yesterday?
No.
You didn't?
Yes, I did. Did you ever hear a swallow sing?
No, how does it go, Wimp?
It goes dub, 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 like that. Oh, we have some really odd-feathered friends around here, folks. Like the ass-cap bird.
The ass-cap bird?
Yes. It perches on a telephone wire and sings, hit parade, hit parade, hit parade.
I think you just made that up, Mr. Whipple.
Maybe I did.
By the way, does Sweetie Face ever go on camping trips with you?
You mean my legal wife?
Yes, her.
No, Sweetie Face doesn't like camping out anymore. Not since we went up into Alaska and she got scolded by a game warden.
Why? What was she doing, Wimp?
Frightening the grizzly bears. And then she had a rather painful experience with some big game up there.
You mean she was followed by a mountain lion or something, Mr. Wimple?
No. She caught a bad cold one day when her canoe sank, and every time she blew her nose, a moose mistook it for a mating call.
Heavenly day. Well, how did her canoe happen to sink? Strike a snag or something?
No. Somebody had deliberately punched a little hole in the bottom of it.
Well, how do you know somebody did it deliberately?
Oh, I know all right. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little in the way here. I'll go join the other fellows. Besides, I think I saw some stuff this time.
You know, McGee, I used to feel sorry for Mr. Wimple, but I'm beginning to wonder.
Me too. When it comes to Sweetie Face, he has more dirty tricks than a bridge game in a coal mine. Hey, those shrimps ought to be here any minute.
How many did you order, sweetheart?
Oh, plenty. A whole pound.
A pound? Why, good heavens, McGee, that would barely be enough for you and me, to say nothing of all those hungry men.
What? Don't they swell up like beans?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Are you sure?
No.
Oh, it's too late to get any more. The market's closed by now. And
Come in.
I'll take it, son. Much obliged.
Enough sauce there for 7,000 shrimp and enough shrimps for 3 ounces of sauce.
Well, don't worry, kiddo. I got out of worse jams than this. I remember one time. Well, I'll be. Why, these aren't shrimps. These are sardines. I told that market distinctly to send me shrimps, and look at this. Sardines.
Sardines?
What was that, sardines?
Sardines? In that beautiful sauce? Sardines? That reminds me. I have a very important council meeting. Excuse me.
Sardines, my goodness, come to think of it, Sweetie Face doesn't know where I am. I better be going home. I'll get out.
Mr. Wimple.
I'd love to stay myself, but I just got word from the hospital. Serious case. Compound resumption of interior delostrum. I'll be back if I can make it. Thanks anyway.
But, Doctor,
Hey, Doc hasn't got his car here. I better drive it. Hey, Doc, wait a minute. I'll take you to the hospital.
Oh. Well, what do we do now, dearie?
Well, that's simple. We sit down and have ourselves a nice platter of shrimps McGee.
With those sardines?
I'm no fool, kiddo. These aren't sardines. These are shrimp. And you were right. There's just enough for the two of us. What would Madame like for an appetizer?
Isn't it strange how long it took most of us to realize the beauty of a fine wood surface? Why, only yesterday it was the style to have tablecloths over the dining room table, runners and doilies on the buffet, and needlepoint or old shawls over occasional tables and the piano. But how refreshing it is now to walk into a home where the tabletops and other wood surfaces are richly polished, with Johnson's wax, of course, to make beautiful settings for old china, candlesticks, and flowers. Look around your living room and see if you've made the most of your tabletops and other wood surfaces. You'll be amazed what a coat of Johnson's wax will do for them. Johnson's wax makes the finish glow and sparkle, and the grain of the wood shows up so clear and lovely. Johnson's wax floors have a smooth, mellow luster. They're protected against dirt, wear, and moisture. Chair arms, radios, Venetian blinds, leather goods gleam with wax protection, and they're so easy to keep shining clean. Believe me, the magic touch of Johnson's wax will do wonders for the beauty of every wood surface in your home. Try it, won't you? Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, that's the last of it, kiddo. Not bad, eh?
Best shrimp I ever ate.
Yep.
I'd like to propose a toast, dearie.
Whom to?
To your grandmother.
Oh.
May she rest in peace and in the knowledge that the McGee tradition of culinary perfection is being carried on.
Thank you. May I ask one question?
Pray do.
Where do we keep the bicarbonate of soda?
I have it right here.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. In many magazines this month, you'll see another of those beautiful full-page color advertisements for Johnson's Glow Coat. You know the ones I mean. They show linoleum floors that are half dull and half shining. Well, these photographs are our way of showing you what a wonderfully bright shine you can expect when you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat's easy to use. You simply apply it and let it dry. But that Glow Coat shines. Without rubbing or buffing, Johnson's Glow Coat dries to a bright wax polish that makes linoleum and other floors look really beautiful. And Glow Coat is such a work saver. Dusting is easy, and still things wipe up from a shining, glow-coated floor with just a damp cloth. Linoleum keeps new looking years longer, too. Why not get some Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat the very next time you shop? Now, after we hear Fibber McGee and Molly, I'm going to announce a very special offer, so be sure to listen. Across one of those how much do you know quizzes in a magazine, there are 3 ways you can play it. 1, the smart way, skip past and pretend you didn't see it. 2, the snide way, turn right to the answers. And 3, the honest way, get a pencil, sit down, and make up fun of the editors. Like Mrs. McGee. Our Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, let me see. Number 7. What kind of fur is used to make felt?
That's a trick question, kiddo. Don't let them fool you. Felt is made out of old hats. They grind them up.
I think it's rabbit fur. I'll put that down, rabbit fur.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you, Snooky.
Question 8. What is the chemical formula for water?
If they mean our city water, that's easy. 1 part mud, 3 parts bubbles, and enough chlorine to calcimine Paul Whiteman.
Water is hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen. H2O.
Quite right. Bubbles is oxygen.
Question 9. What was Woodrow Wilson's first name?
Skip that one. It's too easy. Woodrow.
It was Thomas. Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
Oh, Tom. Yeah, sure.
And the last question, where does quinine come from?
The drugstore.
I think it's the bark of the cinchona tree. Let me see now. Answers on page 83. Here we are. Heavenly days, 100%. I answered them all right, dearie.
No, those questions were very simple, of course. You know what I did in this very room last Monday night?
Yes, you upset your root beer all over the floor.
I listened to Dr. IQ, and if I'd have been in his theater audience that night, I'd have won 23 boxes of Snickers.
That's what they give the losers, dearie.
You're not a loser if you win something. By George, one of these days I'll get on information, please, too. And just wait till they ask me to finish that poem about the boy stood on the burning deck.
Can you finish it?
I'll say I can. The boy stood on the burning deck, whence all but him had flew. 'Twas a cattle boat, and he set it afire 'cause he wanted to barbecue. And if they ask me anything about Shakespeare, I'll say,
come in. Oh, it's merely trivia. Do come in, Your Honor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Don't tell us you come straight from the city hall, because nobody ever did.
That's one man's opinion, and I'll take it for what it's worth, which is practically nothing. Did you vote in the recent municipal elections, McGee?
He did not, Mr.
Oh, I was too busy with this. The hinge broke on my fishing tackle box, and I was all over town trying to find a welder.
I see. You're the type of citizen who'd rather cast aspersions than votes. But you can't dampen my spirits today. I just came from federal court where I had a very happy experience.
Acquitted, were you?
What were you up for, Lopez? Drawing P-38s on 3-cent stamps and using them for airmail?
I wasn't up for anything. I was in court as a character witness in some citizenship proceedings. I never saw a happier group of people.
Oh, it must mean a lot to them to be citizens.
Good. It means a lot to me to be a citizen, too.
Can you prove you are a citizen, McGee?
I don't have to prove it. I was born in the United States.
May I see your birth certificate?
He hasn't any, Mr. Mayor. It was destroyed when the courthouse burned down in 1916.
Really? Well, don't come to me for help when they start deportation proceedings, McGee.
Deportation proceedings? I'm a United States citizen. They can't deportate me. Can they?
How about you, Molly? Have you anything to prove your citizenship?
Oh, yes, I have a passport. I was going to Europe once, but I found out how much it would cost, and I didn't go.
Well, the passport is proof enough. You're in the clear.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You mean the government can send me away simply because I got no papers to prove that I... You're kidding, aren't you, Lipid? He's kidding, isn't he, Molly?
For goodness sake, dearie, stop worrying. What if they do send you away? You can always come in again on the quota.
On the quota?
I'll meet you at Ellis Island with some sandwiches.
Gee whiz, Oh, this is all a joke. Isn't it?
It wasn't a joke to the people who got their papers this morning, McGee. They really studied to pass that examination.
I'll study. I'll study like everything. I'll run down there some morning and pass the test just to be safe. How about it, Latriz? You know the judge. Pass the word that I'm just doing it for fun, see? You go along with the gag and I'll have my papers.
I'll see what I can do. You'll be in Judge Krieger's court this afternoon at 5, McGee. I'll put in a word for you. Good day.
Well?
Is this on the level, kiddo? My gosh, if I flunk the test, what if they... Hey, wait a minute. How can they deport me? Where'll they deport me to?
A good question.
If I ain't a citizen, then I ain't from any place.
Well, in that case, dearie, I believe they just haul you around on a ship all the time.
Boy, that's for me. Travel and see the world. Maybe we can get them to deport you with me and we could just cruise till the cows.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. I can't let them deport me now. I got a cabin reserved at Dublin's Lake for 2 weeks in August.
Oh, dear.
I'll take the test. I'll go down to the library and get some books right now. I'll study. I'll be smartest immigrant they ever saw. I will. Don't worry.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and the Russian Rag.
those books a while and rest your eyes here. You can't learn everything all at once, you know.
No, maybe not, but I darn near have. If anything has happened in the United States since 1776 that I don't know about, they done it behind my back.
What kind of questions do you think the judge will ask you?
Oh, for instance, like who's the president of the United States, who's the vice president, who's the secretary?
Wait a minute now. Hold it. Who is the vice president?
Now, let's come back to that later. Ask me something else.
Very well. What qualifications must a man have to become president of the U.S.?
Well, he's got to be over 21, native born, and not look too foolish when they take his picture holding the fly rod with a papier-mâché trout on it. Even if he don't know a crappie from a guppy, he's supposed to.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Wimple. Come in, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp, old man. If you can't find a vacant chair, sit on a pile of books. Give you a literary background.
My goodness, I never saw so many books. Are you taking a correspondence course in something, Mr. McGee?
No, he's studying up on American government, Mr. Wimple.
Going to take out citizenship papers, Wimp.
But that takes 2 years, Mr. McGee.
That's a lot of maha-ha, Wimp. That 2-year stuff may be okay for immigrants, but not for a guy like me that knows a few answers. I got influence. I know the right people. I can pull more wires than a cut-rate piano tuner. I got drag.
My goodness. You talk like an American citizen already, Mr. McGee.
I am a citizen, Wimp, but I got no way to prove it, you see, so I'm going to play it safe. Pass the test for citizenship, take the oath of malfeasance, and get my papers. Been studying for it, too. Ask me something.
Go on, Mr. Wimple. Ask him something.
Anything?
Anything. Just ask me a question.
All righty. May I have a drink of water?
Certainly, Mr. Wimple, but he needs a question about American history or government.
Yeah.
Oh, all righty. What public body is known as the 9 Old Men?
Oh, that's a cinch. The Chicago White Sox.
No, dearie, it's the United States Supreme Court.
Oh, yeah. Well, try me again, Wimp.
I'm afraid I haven't time for any more, Mr. McGee. I have to go home and finish some poems.
Oh.
I'm trying to make enough money to buy Sweetie Face a new fur coat.
Sweetie Face, you mean...
Yes, my big old wife. I'm writing some poems that resort hotels can pin up this summer.
Oh, you got any with you, Wimp?
Yes, I have. One of them is for a hotel bedroom wall. It goes, I guess they're requested not to parade through the lobbies in scanty attire. You guests are quite frequently frightened away because it looks like the joint is on fire.
That's very good, Mr. Wimple.
Great, Wimp, great. You got one for the guy that's always tipping the canoe?
Yes, that's my best one, Mrs. G. They'll turn that one up in the boathouses.
Oh.
It goes, a muscular girl named Miss Hubble gave a boat-rocking joker some trouble. As she held his head under, he realized his blunder and sent up his regret in a bubble. Well, I've got to get back home, folks. Goodbye now.
So long. Well, back to work. Now, let me see. Where was it? Oh, yeah. You know anything about the Bill of Rights, Molly?
Yes, don't worry about it, though, dearie. I told him we'd pay it by Thursday.
Who?
Mr. Wright, the hardware man, he sent us a bill.
No. I mean the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. You see, the first 10 amendments were...
Hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber. Hey, if you're going bowling tonight, Oh, you're reading, pal?
He's going to take out papers, Mr. Wilcox. He wants to be an American citizen.
Hell, you never told me. Are you really a foreigner?
Did you swallow that stuff about the good old days in Peoria, Junior? Why, that's camouflage. I was smuggled into this country from a tramp steamer in 1913. Come ashore one foggy night just north of San Pedro, California. 4 other Chinese fellows and myself.
4 other Chinese? You mean you're a...
Yes. I'm Chinese, Junior. Used to be a coolie on a melon plantation outside of Shanghai.
Come to me, my melon coolie baby.
But gee whiz, pal. Look, your face. You don't
plastic surgery, Junior. I often long for those mysterious Oriental nights with the Samisen strumming their mandarins outside of old Fuyang, and the golden-throated Bo How Doi singing in the branches of the chow mein tree. And those sing-song girls serving my oolong in fragile little gym rickshaws as the Wang Fu rises over the snow-capped sand bed. Someday, but no. Now I become very good American citizen.
Look, pal, you told me once that in 1913 you had a vaudeville act in Chicago.
Sure. Did I tell you what theater?
No.
The Oriental. Right, dearie?
Right, my lotus blossom. Long Tack Sam, I was known as in them days.
Oh, now cut it out. I don't believe a word of this stuff, pal. You're about as oriental as bubble gum. What goes on here?
I haven't got a birth certificate, Junior. I want to be able to prove I'm a citizen. I'm getting ready to take an examination right now. Ask me a question. Go on. Anything about our history, our government.
Okay. Who is Pennsylvania named after?
Red Waring and his Pennsylvania.
He's going to be on for Johnson's Wax again this summer, too. Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes, isn't it? Hey, by the way, I don't think I have a birth certificate either. The courthouse in Omaha burned down when I was just a little tyke. I even remember the day.
No kidding.
Just like it was yesterday. I was sitting on the kitchen floor playing soldier.
You play soldier sitting down?
I was an officer. Anyway, I remember the kid next door running past hollering, "Courthouse is on fire! Courthouse is on fire!"
I'll bet you trampled down 3 regiments getting out the door.
Oh, I just sat there. You see, my mother had just glow-coated the kitchen linoleum before she went shopping. And the glistening beauty of it had me spellbound. Couldn't take my eyes off it.
Yes, but if the courthouse burned down with your birth certificate...
Well, sir, for minute after minute, I sat staring at that glittering linoleum, admiring the bright colors intensified by the shining surface. 3 fire engines went by. I thought of my mother pouring out that glow coat, spreading it around with a long-handled plier. A hook and ladder tore past. I didn't move.
So, child, weren't you?
I remember how happy my mother was when she spread that Johnson's glow coat around and waited for it to dry, with no rubbing and no buffing. And how delighted she was when in 20 minutes or less it dried to a gorgeous, protective, shimmering surface. And I remember her telling me how easy it was to wipe things up with a damp cloth.
Waxy.
Yes.
You through?
Yes.
You through, huh?
Yes.
Then pick up your damp cloth and go on home.
Okay, alien.
Now, I guess I better finish my studies and get down to that federal building.
Well, you get with it, dearie. I've got to go upstairs and make the bed. Let me know now when you're ready to go.
Okay, baby. Ah, there goes a good kid. She deserves to have a well-informed, educated man for a husband. For the time being, I'll have to do. Now, let me see. Come in. Oh, hello there, Jeannie. I can't stop to dilly-dally right now, sis. This is a crucial day in my life.
Well, I was just...
I'm taking my citizenship test today, Jeannie. Get my papers. That's why I got all these history books to study.
It sure is a lot of books of it.
I'll say.
I never saw them.
I says I'll say.
Say what?
That's quite a pile of books.
That's what I said.
I know you did.
Okay.
Thanks. You know much about American history, sis? Personally, I never realized how fascinating it was.
Oh, I had quite a lot of it in school, mister. Like Captain John Smith and Hocaponnus and...
Pocahontas, sis.
Captain John Smith and Hocaponnus and Daniel Bloom and the battle between the Monitor and that quartet.
Whoa. The Monitor and what?
That quartet, the Merrimack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Monitor and the Merrimack. There was another one between George Washington and the King's Men.
Yes. And we had all about George Washington and his men were so poor they didn't have any shoes and they went barefooted in the snow at Woody Valley.
Valley Forge. You know, Jeannie, I ran across an interesting bit of Americana just a few minutes ago. Did you ever hear of Francis Scott Key?
Oh, sure I have, I bet you. He wrote the Star-Spangled Banner.
Right, but not many people know this angle about it. You see, Francis Scott Key and his brother Charlie got captured by the British and were held on a British gunboat while they bombarded Fort McKinley, you see.
Oh, boy, exciting, huh?
Well, sir, it was such a thrilling sight to Francis and Charlie to see the flag still flying the next morning that Charlie says to Francis, "Frank," he says, "I think I'll write a song about this." "Oh, that's funny," says Francis. "I was just thinking the same thing. Let's both write a song." So they did.
You mean they co-arbitrated, huh?
Yes. Nobody knows for sure, sis. One of them wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, but they'd never tell anybody which one of them did it. Charlie Key says Francis did it, and Francis Key says Charlie did it. Isn't that interesting?
Why?
Because to this very day, when people sing the Star-Spangled Banner, they're never quite sure of the key.
The King's Men sing.
Linda, Linda, Linda. When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. What good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the love I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. What miracle still happens, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break I'll make Linda mine. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda, Linda mine. Linda will be
And you say McGee is coming down here to your office this afternoon to take out naturalization papers, Judge?
That's right, Doctor. Mail of trivia says the man was born in Peoria, but that he insists on being naturalized, so I'm going along with the mayor's gag.
Well, a bookmaker told me years ago that the one race he couldn't dope out was the human. Neither can I. I've looked at it from all sides, believe me.
Uh-oh, this must be my pigeon now. Do I look stern enough?
You look frightening. Pour it on him now, Judge. I'll duck out the back door. See you at the Elk.
Right. I'm in.
Good morning, Judge. Good afternoon.
How do you do?
I'm Trevor McGee, Your Honor, and this is Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Mrs. McGee, have a chair, please. Mail of trivia told me all about your case, Mr. McGee. Now, you realize I'll have to ask you a few questions to test your knowledge of our country and our government.
Fire away, Judge. Ask me anything. I'm loaded.
Now, McGee, watch your language.
I suppose you've read the Declaration of Independence, of course.
Read it? You want to hear it? Okay. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another,
just a minute,
and to
please.
assume among the powers of the earth. Oh, did you say something, Judge?
He knows it all, Your Honor, forwards and backwards.
Yeah, you want to hear it backwards? And another with them connected which have bands political.
Never mind that, McGee. I see you know the Declaration. Now tell me, what kind of government does the United States have?
Well, now, that's a matter of opinion, Your Honor. Some people holler and scream about the government, but I think it's the finest...
No, McGee. Huh? He means, is it a monarchy or a democratic form of government, or...
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. I didn't understand the question. It's a democratic form of government.
Yes, that's right.
At least it is now. It might be Republican government next time, but you never can tell. I'll be elected.
All right, that answer is correct. Now, you know, of course, that George Washington was our first president.
Oh, he knows that, Your Honor. We got that in school.
Yeah.
I see. Well, you must have gone to very fine schools. But maybe you didn't know who the second president was.
You mean John Adams? I suppose I'm loaded with information, Judge. John's boy, John Quincy, was the sixth president. You know, he got married while he was overseas, of course.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, sure. Married his wife in London in 1797. They had 3 boys and a girl.
Now, McGee.
Huh?
Judge Krieger isn't interested in that. My goodness.
No, just answer the question, Mr. McGee, if you please.
Gee whiz, aren't you going to ask me some tough ones, Your Honor? Like, where was the center of the meat packing industry in 1818? Cincinnati. Or where did the majority of Americans live in 1490? Peking.
That is very interesting, but
certainly it is. The whole history of this country is interesting. You take from the time Tom Jefferson and Ben Franklin and the boys sat down and wrote the Declaration.
Oh, now, McGee, Judge Krieger doesn't want to hear all about that.
Why, Mama, you mean to say that a judge like Judge Krieger isn't interested in the history of our own country?
Well, of course I'm interested, but I...
Like I say, there wasn't much money in the country in those days, but there was a lot of heart. the strong hearts of free men and free women who stuck together and worked together and cleared a wilderness to build their homes and plant their fields. And the colonies grew. Colonies has grown through wars and depressions, in good times and bad. And all the time it's grown and gathered strength and power till it's the greatest nation on earth today, the United States of America.
Why, McGee, that's beautiful.
My boy, that was a very interesting thing. You told me things about this country I'd long ago forgotten. What a tremendous knowledge you had.
Nothing any red-blooded American boys does not know.
I've never had a man before me who was more deserving to be called an American citizen. I'll have your papers made out right away.
Oh, that's wonderful, Your Honor. McGee, you can stay.
That's well, Judge. By the way, that little accent of yours, Judge. Harvard man, are you?
No, I was born in Canada, McGee. Came down here in 1927 and liked it so well I'd stay.
Yeah, adopted the country, eh? When did you take out your papers, Judge?
Why, back in, my papers. Great Scott, I completely forgot it.
Sit down, Judge. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Now, here's good news. How would you like to have your own personal car initials? Well, listen to this. You've heard me sing the praises of Johnson's Car New, the famous car polish that cleans and polishes in one easy application. Now, if you'll discover for yourself how wonderful Car New is, we'll send you 2 sets of your own personal initials for your car. These car initials are really something. They're half an inch high, tastefully designed in striking gold color. You put 1 set of 3 initials on each side of your car, and believe me, they really look smart. They take only a jiffy to apply, too. And here's all you do to get these handsome decal car initials. First, buy some Johnson's Car New. Then send a sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought your car new, together with a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Fibber, McGee & Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. If you live in Canada, address your request for initials to Fibber, McGee & Molly, Brantford, Ontario. Print clearly which initials you want, any 3, and get your request in the mail right away. Plan to buy some Johnson's Car New and send in tomorrow. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Said he was taking out his papers right away. Then what did he say, dearie?
He says I was an inspiration to him. Says I was the finest example of a real American citizen he had ever seen.
Ah, my hero.
Yep. I wonder if him or Latrivia would fix this dad-ratted jury summons that come in the mail.
What?
Oh, my gosh, I'm not going to sit around in stale courtroom all day. That stuff's for the yokel. The immigrant. That's what that stuff's for.
McGee? Citizen.
Huh? Oh. Good night.
Good night, Al.
This is Marlowe Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee & Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, McGee & Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Say, tell me, have you sent in for your personal car initials? The makers of Johnson's Wax want you to try the famous car polish, Johnson's Car New. So to listeners who buy Car New, they're sending 2 sets of personal car initials, tastefully designed in striking gold color, half an inch high. They give your car a smart personal touch. Only take a minute to apply. Let me tell you how to get your 2 sets of personal car initials. 1 set of 3 initials for each side of your car. First, buy some Johnson car new. Then send a sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought your car new, together with a stamped self-addressed envelope to Fibber, McGee and Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. If you live in Canada, address your request for initials to Fibber, McGee and Molly, Brantford, Ontario. Print clearly which initials you want, any 3, and get your request in the mail right away for your 2 sets of handsome gold-colored decal car initials. Get some Johnson's Car New tomorrow, sure. Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Now, I'll repeat the instructions. Buy some Johnson's Car New. Send the sales slip or the name of the dealer from whom you bought the car new, together with a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Fibber, McGee and Molly, Racine, Wisconsin. June, as the song has it, is busting out all over. The rich are varnishing their yachts, the poor are laughing at the coal dealer, and the great middle classes are planning picnics, like Fibber, McGee and Molly.
Now, let me see. I have the sandwiches, the pickles, the cake, and the bananas. Did you put the root beer in the car, McGee?
3 big fat cases of it, kiddo. Nothing like a big mug full of root beer to wash down a sandwich. And speaking of a big mug full of root beer, is Doc Gamble coming on the picnic?
Well, I haven't been able to get in touch with him.
If he puts on any more weight, he won't be able to get in touch with himself. You leave word at his office?
I left invitations at his office, at the hospital, at his home, and at the county jail.
Well, they ought to... At the county jail?
Yes, I thought they might call him in on a consultation.
Huh?
Yeah, there's an epidemic down there, you know.
In the jail? What kind of an epidemic?
Hacksaws, I believe.
Hacksaws are tools, not a disease.
Oh, I guess I misunderstood. The paper just said that 5 prisoners had broken out with hacksaws.
Must have been a dumb bunch of guys. You could kick your way out of that lose-gow with moccasins on.
Badly constructed, is it?
Badly constructed. Anytime you can't stick your finger through a wall, it's because the sheriff is on the other side leaning against it.
I always wondered why...
That building is so damp, the deputies made $3,000 last year trapping lobsters in the basement. Why, hey, you putting some of those oatmeal cookies in?
Yes, dear. Now, let me see. I have salt and pepper, knives and forks, and spoons.
How about oyster forks?
Oyster forks and a pickle.
Well, how else are we going to get the pickles out of the bottle? Last year I sprained both forefingers and couldn't use my typewriter for 10 days.
Oh, well.
Never could use it, as a matter of fact. By George, I've meant.
Come in.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. What are you doing?
Packing stuff for a picnic, old-timer.
Picnic, eh? I used to be in big demand for picnics when I was a youngster, kid.
Yeah?
Only fellow in town could build a campfire scientific.
How did you build a campfire scientific?
Well, sir. Well, sir, Johnny, an old Indian showed me the secret.
Oh.
You take and dig a little trench in the ground, see? And you get some dry hickory twigs, sassafras leaves, and gum off in a pine tree. Build a little pyramid out of the twigs, lay the gum on top, spread the leaves around, then lay a log onto it.
Yeah?
Then you drench it with kerosene and aim a blowtorch at it. Never fails.
Another good way is tie a lightning rod on a pile of dynamite and wait for a thunderstorm.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller said, another feller said, I see where England has finally decided what to do with India. That's so, says the other feller. What they gonna do with it? Just what everybody told them to, says the first feller. Give it back to the Indians. Well, may not be funny, kids, but it's topical.
Say, would you care to come on this picnic with us, Mr. Oldtimer?
No, you're sweet, daughter, but no, thanks. You know what I always say? Fresh air's all right if you don't inhale. Well, I just dropped in to say howdy. Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy.
Silly, wasn't it? Sometimes, Mickey, what are you doing?
I'm looking for my two-headed $half. You seen my two-headed $half any place?
You mean that trick $half that's the same on both sides?
Yeah.
What do you want that for?
Well, I may want to flip a coin with Wilcox to see who collects the firewood. Doggone it, I had that two-headed $half around here something.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hi, it's Flint Whitler. Good day, short, dark, and repugnant. Thanks for inviting me to the picnic.
Welcome.
Looks like a very happy lunch you have there, Molly.
Oh, I think there'll be plenty of everything, Doctor. And as long as you are going to be along, I tried to have a balanced meal. Deviled eggs and angel food cake.
Tell me, do they have picnic tables at Dugan's Lake, or do we just sit around on the broken glass?
Oh, they have tables, Doctor. Are you going to swim?
Yes, I think I might. Great exercise, swimming. Takes it off in the right places and puts it on in the right places.
You must have done most of your swimming at night when the best places were hard to find.
Ah, McGee, don't be so insulting.
It's all right, Molly. Did you ever notice that everybody at Dugan's Lake gets out the fishing tackle when McGee goes swimming? They want to go after the fish while they're still laughing. What time is this picnic, by the way?
4 o'clock, Doc.
I'll be there. I have a financial as well as a sentimental interest in that lake.
Oh?
Yeah, I dropped 3 souvenir $20 gold pieces off the dock last year. Nobody was able to recover them. I'll see you out there.
3 $20 gold pieces, eh? Doc lost them off the end of the dock, eh? Well, anything that mug can lose, I can find. Where's my swimming trunks?
Now, you take it easy, dearie. You're not a very good diver, you
For
know.
$60, I'll bring up the Lusitania. Come on, let's be the first ones at Dugan's Lake. Oh, brother, I can use $60 like Brittle can use peanuts. Get your hat, kiddo. I got the basket. You grab the ant powder. Come on, let's go.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Cecilia.
Time to buy a new bathing suit, McGee. Those swimming trunks of yours are pretty moth-eaten.
I know, but I got a sentimental attachment to them trunks. I saved a guy's life while I was wearing those.
Really? Whose?
Mine. They bit so bad I didn't want to go buy any hamburgers, so I swam on my empty stomach. Otherwise, I might have got cramps and drowned on. Yes, sir, I was...
Oh, stop, McGee. There's Wallace Wimple. We told him we'd pick him up, you know.
Get them brakes fixed. Hop in, Wimple, old man.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
My, we're glad you could come on this picnic, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, how'd you get away from Sweetie Face for the day, Wimp?
You mean my big old wife?
Yes, did she object to your going on the picnic, huh?
What could she do, Mrs. McGee? I just put my foot down.
My gosh. At last, eh?
You really put your foot down, Mr. Wimple.
Yes, I did. I put my foot down and waited. Nothing happened. And I put my other foot down and nothing happened. So I just dropped out of the tree and ran like everything.
What were you doing up in the tree in the first place, Wimp?
Reading my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. And the silliest thing happened while I was sitting up in that tree.
Yeah?
A little bird flew up and squatted down on my head like it was a big egg. It was so cute.
What kind of a bird was it, Wimp?
That was the silly part of it, Mr. McGee. I looked it up in my bird book, and it was an Arkansas nuthatch. Did I ever tell you about the feeding habits of the green-winged Montana twiddle?
Twiddle?
Yes. A twiddle is like the South Dakota duck-billed gillfinch, except it has wing flaps.
Oh.
Well, during the mating season, which is from February to January, the twiddle eats nothing but radishes, and when it sings, it sounds like, pardon me, pardon me, pardon me. The female twiddle has a great big...
Them brakes fixed.
Well, here we are, Mr. Wimple. I guess we're the first ones here.
You kids take the lunch over to the table. I'm going to slip my pants off in the car on account of I got my swimming trunks on underneath my pants on. You going to swim, Wimp?
No, I don't think so, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
But if somebody will keep an eye on me, I might wade a little.
I'll hang on to the end of your necktie, Mr. Wimple. Say, will you please help me with these baskets?
Certainly, Mrs. McGee. I'll take this one, and you take that one.
There's 3 cases of root beer in the back, Wimp. I'll be with you as soon as I take a quick plunge.
My, these baskets are heavy, aren't they, Mrs. McGee? Maybe if I ate a few sandwiches out of them...
Oh, no, Mr. Wimple. Not till everybody else gets here.
Here, let me help you with that stuff, Molly. Hello, Wally.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Glad you could come.
Me too. You can take this basket, Harlow. Just put it on the table over there.
Oh, okay. You know, this picnic was a wonderful idea. I always think that... Where's Fibber?
Well, he's in the trunk of the car putting on his back seat. Oh, wasn't that silly of me? He's in the back seat putting on his trunk.
He wants to take a plunge before we eat.
That's peculiar. When did he start feeling so athletic? I've been on picnics with him before, and he usually
Hey,
just
here
sits...
I come. Watch this dive off the end of the dock. One side, everybody.
I didn't hear any splash.
That must be a very high dock.
Maybe he didn't know there was a rowboat tied right under the end of it.
A rowboat, heavenly days, why, them poor man...
That's the jab-ratted lame brain that tied this boat down here. I'd like to bust in my neck.
That's what it was, the rowboat.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't this a wonderful day for a picnic? Can you think of anything more beautiful, Mr. Wilcox, than a lunch in the open with the blue sky overhead and the green grass underfoot?
Yes.
What, Harlow?
Eating in an immaculate kitchen with a ceiling overhead and a gleaming Johnson's glow-coated linoleum underfoot. That's beauty to me.
Stuffy kitchen than out here at lovely Dugan's Lake, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, sure. A modern kitchen isn't stuffy anyway, and with glow coat brightening and beautifying the floor, it's the pleasantest room in the house.
To me, the nicest room in the house is the hollow space under the front porch. Sweetie Face can't reach me there.
Why, I often tell my customers, Wallace, that serving a meal in a kitchen that has a glow-coated linoleum is a picnic. Just as informal, just as cheerful. And if you spill something, you don't have to kick dirt over it or hide it under an empty carton. You just wipe it up with a damp cloth.
Yeah, but I always say that you can...
Hey, did you see that last dive? Clean as a hound's tooth, huh?
Let's say as clean as a glow-coated linoleum. Why, when a housewife pours a little Johnson's self-polishing glow coat out and spreads it around...
Hey. Waxy, please, take a day off, will you? This is a picnic, not a sales conference.
Well, I was just saying that...
Yes, Mr. Wilcox. I'm sure Racine won't mind if you relax a few minutes.
Oh.
After all, you'll have to get used to having Fred Waring and Bill Bivens handle it this summer anyway.
Ooh, goody. Fred Waring and Bill Bivens. I just love Fred's music. I wish he was on for Johnson's Wax right now. Did I say something wrong?
You just bit the hand that's going to feed you, that's all, Winnie. Hey, have I got time for a few more dice before we eat, Molly?
Well, Dr. Gamble and Mayor Latrivia aren't here yet, dearie.
Okay, I'll try a few more. Watch this one.
Hey, did you see that? He landed on his stomach and bounced.
He certainly stays underwater a long time, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, yes. He's learned to hold his breath for 13 weeks at a time, Mr. Wimple. Options, you know. Oh, here comes Mayor Latrivia. You, Mr. Mayor, over here.
Who's that with him? Oh, it's a little girl who lives across the street from you. Hello, Your Honor. Hello, Teeny.
Hello,
Molly. Hello,
Well, now that everybody's here but Dr. Gamble, I guess I better go start the lunch, huh?
I'll help you, Molly.
So will I.
Stay and eat with us if you like, Teeny. There's plenty of everything.
I told you you'd be invited if you walked in here with me, Teeny. I'm the Elsa Maxwell of the picnic ground.
Well, gee, it does look like you need more women at this party. Oh. What's that, a big fish?
That's a matter of opinion, Teeny. Mr. McGee just dove off the end of the dock.
Oh. Gee, this is going to be fun, I bet you. I love picnics, Mr. Honor.
Not Mr. Honor, Teeny. Your Honor.
My honor?
No, my honor. You say Your Honor when you address me.
Okay, my honor.
No, look, you don't understand. The chief executive of the city is called His Honor the Mayor.
Oh.
Personally, I'd just as soon be called Mr. Latrivia, but custom decrees that I be spoken to as Your Honor or Mr. Mayor. You understand?
Well, no.
All right, I'll try to make it a little clearer. Now then, suppose you were the mayor of Wistful Vista.
All right. Now, the first thing we got to do is have longer recess in the schools, I betcha. And then we got to give my teacher, Miss Yegley, a raise on account of she's so nice to little children. And then
Now, just a minute, please, Teeny. This was just a temporary appointment.
Oh.
Purely hypothetical, for the sake of argument.
Okay, Indian giver.
If you were the mayor, I'd come up to you and say, "Ah, there, good morning, Your Honor." As it is, you say the same thing to me.
I can't, I betcha.
Why not?
It isn't morning, it's afternoon.
That's beside the point. I was merely trying to...
Oh, boy. Listen to Mr. McGee dive. Did you hear that splash, Mr. Honor?
It is not Mr. Honor. It's Mr. Mayor.